react to what has happened so far. In an alternate reality where Ranma married Shampoo, their daughter had somehow obtained a magic locket that allowed her to cross dimensions. A few accidents later, several of Ranma's children from various realities ended up in one reality, where Ranma was still a teenage youth. One amongst them, Ryo Saotome, son of Ranma and Akane, managed to get a hold of the locket before Cologne was about to do something devious with it. After his victory, he sent all the displaced sons and daughters of Ranma and company to their proper realities, and then prepared to go home himself. Something, however, went wrong. He ended up in a bizarre version of Tokyo in 2096 and accidentally dragged along Ratiko, Hibiki and Childra Jansen in his attempt to fix this mistake. That attempt dragged him to two other realities with amazing speed. From them, he accidentally brought Miyabi, daughter of Ranma and Akane, and Ishido, a mysterious amnesiac hunted by a shadowy organization. Finally, they stopped in a reality where Ranma and company were still teens, but had never met them before. And now, converging series Act II, touring she had a suspicion of the who's and hows of her little trip through time. Now, all children needed was to get whatever it was from the Saotome boys. Imagine, no more applying to the ministry, going through their piles of paperwork, than waiting a year for an 8-hour trip. Instead, she'd have the power at her fingertips to go to any time she chose. She could see Alexandria in its prime, or witness Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. She could do anything. But she needed an excuse to get her hands into Ryo's pants. Ryo shook his head tiredly. Excuse me. I need to be alone to sort things out. All these would-bes that I keep jumping into, and all these half-siblings. Shotaro, Miyabi. He sighed. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but... Go ahead, big boy, said Childra. Take all the time you need. Just be sure it's long enough for me to figure out how to get that time travel thingy from you. Ryo left into an adjacent room. Childra turned to Ishido, and smiled seductively. Looks like we're alone now, Logisama**. She glanced back, and Ryo was kind enough to close the door behind him. I don't suppose you have any plans for tonight? Wink. Left square bracket. This means werewolf in Portuguese. Children is a polyglot, remember. But Ishido began to sweat. He obviously wasn't used to this kind of attention. The poor dear. I don't know if I should. I thought you couldn't remember if you had a girlfriend. That's just it. I can't remember. I can barely remember who I am, and... He shook his head and gave up. What? You're saying I'm not good enough for you? Ishido straightened up. Lovely boy. So chivalrous. No. Of course not. He turned his face down to avoid looking at Childra's eyes. This proved to be a mistake. Blushing, he redirected his gaze to a nearby flower pot. Looks an awful lot like you're trying to avoid looking at me. Too painful? Am I underscore that underscore ugly? Childra breathed in deeply. This was even more fun than going to the undergrad pub on a Thursday. No. You're very pretty. You're beautiful, in fact. Thank you. Smile. But I'm just not ready yet. At least not until I get my life back together again. Until I underscore know underscore whose life it is that I'm getting back together again. I see. Oh, well. Another night with no fun. She'd quite forgotten how prudish they were a century ago. Never mind. The harder the hunt, the more delectable the banquet that followed. So, if we're not going to be together, what do you propose to do for the evening? I need to take a walk. Clear things up. Think about what's happened. So many things have been going on at once, and they've followed so closely on each other's heels, that I've barely been able to take a breath, let alone try to make sense of it all. I understand. Wanna go now? I need to be alone. Childra put on the cutest bout she could come up with. And what am I supposed to do? Well, you're a historian, aren't you? Look around. I mean, Ranma's upstairs, but he single quote s engaged to Akane. I meant, you could interview him. Or something. Oh. Anyway, there's plenty of people to talk to. You shouldn't have any trouble finding something to do. As for me, well, I just need to take a walk. Alone. Okay? Childra nodded. Ishido turned and left out the front door. Ryo wandered through the streets of Nirima. He had almost despaired of ever seeing it again, after that fateful afternoon when he'd set out to buy a loaf of bread and a jug of milk at the corner store, and his supernaturally bad sense of direction had made him take a slight detour into Egypt. One thing had led to another, and he had wandered the continents, alone and desolate, for months. Everywhere he stopped, he'd ask, "Where is the Tendo Dojo?" His question would usually be greeted with confused or angry looks, since few people outside of Japan spoke Japanese. That same linguistic barrier made it impossible to get directions. Anyone else would have given up, but Ryo was used to this, and thoughts of his beloved Akane held him steady in his purpose. Today, his perseverance bore its fruits, and he once more found himself in Tokyo. No more uncertainty, no more madness. Now, he was back to the one place that he could call home, and he would. Great Gramps! Great Gramps! Ryo's meditation was interrupted by the appearance of a young black-haired man, running towards him at full speed. That, in itself, was no cause for alarm. People ran towards and away from him all the time. However, this particular young man was sopping wet, and wearing nothing but a red bandana. "Do I know you?" he asked the stranger, trying to keep his eyes on his face. The boy nodded enthusiastically. "I'm your great-grandson." Ryo blinked. He hadn't heard that one before. "You're... what?" "Your great-grandson. Hibiki Ratiko." I'm from the future, and I need your help. Riot. There had to be a reasonable explanation for this. Ryuga tried to remember. Was there a psychiatric hospital nearby? This was probably an escaped inmate. You don't believe me. This Ratiko seemed genuinely surprised. You look about 18. 22, actually. I'm 16. How many 16-year-olds do you know with 22-year-old great-grandsons? I told you, I'm from the future. Ordinarily, anyone who spoke to Ryuga in that tone of voice would have become an umbrella shish kebab, but the eternal lost boy was feeling benevolent after having found his way back. Besides, this could prove entertaining. My great-grandson, you say? Hi. Ryuga looked him over. I don't think so. Any descendant of mine would be in much better shape. Look at you. He poked the sides of Ratiko's waist. Flab, flab, and more flab. How dare you call yourself the Hibiki? The boy's face fell from happiness into an anguished frown, while Ryuga tried to keep from laughing. Might as well play it for all it was worth. But, my study. I know time. Speak up. Or can't you? A Hibiki who can't say what he means. Fa. Besides, my great-grandson, I'm sure, would be able to afford some clothes, and wouldn't be running around, wet and naked, with... Ryuga stopped. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. His would-be relative had started glowing. He plumped at the bright aura surrounding Ratiko. I can't believe you're doing this to me. Ryuga's world went white. When his vision recovered, he saw that all the concrete, grass and trees for a radius of 20 meters had been charred. What was that? Ratiko smirked. Ratiko looked at the ground with a reddened face, kicking up dust. Well, that kind of thing's been happening lately. Whenever I get angry or depressed, it used to be I'd just get a fever, but it's been growing, and angry or depressed? Asked Ryuga. Could it be some kind of weird version of the Shishihokan? Then, you really are my great-grandson, he said quietly. Only one of my descendants could. Ryo Saotome. Wait. You see you have a bad sense of direction? Ratiko nodded. Well, I don't need a plane ticket to go on a vacation to Jamaica. Ryuga nodded solemnly. He knew the feeling all too well. We need to talk, said Ryuga. Hi, said Ratiko. I have a lot to say. But first, you'd better get dressed. What happened to you? Let's just say it involves Ranma and Juzenkyo. Juzenkyo? And anime? Ryuga's eyes widened. Why? At the clothes, great-gramps? Oh. The lost boy took off his knapsack and pulled out a duplicate to the outfit he was wearing. Ratiko quickly put it on. Perfect fit, he said. Now, tell me what Ranma did. Are you also cursed? Hi. It's a long story. We'll need a comfortable place to talk. Ryuga motioned to some benches a short way away, and the pair walked over to them and sat down. "Well," started Ratiko, "it's like this. Asterisk 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 great accent double quote dot 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 and so, thanks to Saotome, my life has become a living hell." Ratiko broke down, sobbing, and was soon joined by his great-grandfather. "Curse you, Ranma," said the elder Hibiki, while tears gushed down his cheeks. "Isn't it enough to torment me? Must you also persecute my progeny? And that's not all. I have seen the inside of a pot." Ryuga blinked. "What?" "I have seen the inside of a pot." "That's what I thought you said." That crone, Shampoo, tried to steam me with wild mushrooms. I didn't know she was a cannibal. Ratiko face faulted. "In my cursed form, Great Gramps," he said. "What? You too?" "Then Shampoo also." Ryuga's tears evaporated from the heat of his anger. "Those two are in league against our family. Curse you, Ranma. Curse you, Shampoo. Curse you, Ranma and Shampoo," they said together, shaking their fists at the heavens. Once again, Ratiko began to glow. "Your great-grandson? Yes? I think you'd better calm down." "Huh? You're glowing." "Oh." The boy closed his eyes and relaxed, and the aura around him dimmed into nothingness. "That reminds me. There's something I should teach you," said Ryuga. "What's that?" "One of my special attacks, the Shishihakugan. You already have the basics, but you can't control it." "No kidding. You wouldn't believe what I had to pay the Church of Kodakai after blowing up one of their rooms." Ryuga's eyes widened. "Church of Kodaichi?" Ratiko sighed. "Long story." Ryuga nodded. "This 2096 of yours sounds dangerous. It's been getting more so since that blasted jock came back to life. All the more reason why I should teach you the attack. You haven't learned any martial arts, and I won't allow one of my descendants to run around defenseless, with Ranma on the loose. Thank you, great-grandfather. I will train you tonight. A few hours should be enough. Tomorrow, I'll go to the dojo and spar with Saotome. He'll pay for what he's done to us, I swear." "Where, exactly, will you fight with him, Great Gramps?" "Gomen. I want to watch. It'll be in the dojo's garden. There's plenty of places for you to hide and watch there. Will you knock him unconscious?" "Of course." Ratiko smiled to himself. This was good. It would be a cinch to kill Ranma. Once Great Gramps knocked him out, he'd simply use Childra's machete to slit his throat. There was still the matter of Akane's suicide. How could he get her to Miyabi? Of course, if anything could drive little Miss Tendo to suicide, it would be her own daughter killing her fiancé. All he needed was some biological evidence to plant. Asterisk 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 Ryo fingered the locket. "Sometimes I wish I could just..." He took it out of his pocket, and raised his arm as if to throw it out into the street. but then thought better of it and put it back. I still need it. I wish I didn't, but if I ever want to see Bell-chan. He sighed. Childra watched from behind a half-open door. So that's what's behind all this, she thought. How could such a little object generate all that power? Never mind. So long as it works. Now, as how to get it from him. Let's see. Ishido's still on that lock. Miyabi's upstairs. Deity knows where Rat is. Probably Europe. And I still need an excuse to get my hands in Ryo's pants pocket. A smile crossed her lips. He is cute. A bit uptight, but cute. Childra opened the door fully, and cleared her throat. Ryo quickly took his hands out of his pockets. Who's there? Just me, dear. Childra. Oh. Well, what is it? Do I have to have the reason for wanting to see you? No. I suppose not. I take it you're here to interrogate me about my reality's history? Number, then. What? I would thought you'd be off looking up all the people you keep on telling us later became famous. The Kuno mansion's just a little ways away, and then there's Hibiki, and screw them, she said. Already? Children smiled. He'd even set the mood for her. I didn't mean it that way, darling. Then, in a silky voice, otherwise, I would have said, screw you. Wink. Several hundred capillaries in Ryo's nose suddenly burst at once. Childra? What? Before he could figure out what was going on, she pressed herself against him and began to run her fingers up his leg. Ryo's eyes widened, and after a little initial resistance, his muscles relaxed. Childra made a mental note. Gotta remember to do this sometime when I'm not trying to steal a time travel artifact from the lad. Nimbly, she worked her way up his thighs and to his waist, then put her hands into his pockets. He began to protest, and she kissed him fully on the lips to silence him. By this time, Ryo's eyes were halfway out of their sockets, and his skin was the same shade of red as on Ranma's hair. And now, for the artifact. A startled gasp from Yukai's son. Oops. Grabbed the wrong bulge. She searched some more, until, finally, got it. Now, how am I going to? I can't believe it. How could anyone be so perverted? Miyabi appeared at the top of the stairs. Perfect timing. Childra took the opportunity to disengage herself. Locket in hand, of course. I guess it wasn't enough for you to grope at me. Seems you also have to go after older women. Geez, what a sicko. And to think that I'd actually changed my mind about you. Each of Miyabi's words struck Ryo like a knife. He shrank back at them, and by the end was close to tears. Bell-chan, he muttered. I'm so sorry. How could I ever? And as for you... Akane's daughter glared at Childra. I haven't seen a bigger SLUDian. Something flew through the open window and plowed through Miyabi's dress, tearing both the cloth and her flesh. "Miyabi!" shouted Ryo, bounding up the stairs. "What was that?" asked Childra. "It looked like a bat," said Ryo. "A bat?" Ryo was too busy to answer. He tore a strip of cloth from the girl's damaged skirt and used it to bandage her leg. Miyabi grit her teeth, trying to ignore the pain. A brief knock, and then the front door opened. It was Ratiko. Apart from his habitual red bandana, he was wearing a yellow blouse made out of coarse cloth, fastened around his waist with a black sash, and equally dark baggy pants. "So, anything exciting happen while I left you all alone?" he asked. "Miyabi here's been hurt," said Childra. "She was attacked by a bat. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, Rat?" "Wasn't me. I've been out training with Great Gramps." "Great Gramps? No. It couldn't be. You actually found Ryo Hibiki?" Ratiko glanced at the clothes he was wearing. "Oh." Children started a quick mental calculation of the chances of two Hibikis bumping into each other, but gave up when she reached 10 circumflex accent hyphen 32:1. "You say she was attacked by a bat?" asked Ratiko. "Hi," said Ryo, pausing for a minute from bandaging Miyabi's leg. "You are kind, for a hand," admitted Miyabi. "Arigato, Imudo." Miyabi smiled. "Some bats had rabies," said Ratiko. "Huh?" asked Childra. "Rabies. Hydrophobia. Nasty disease, quite the killer, if not detected early." "Well, what should we do?" asked Ryo. "Miyabi should have a blood test now," Ratiko said firmly. "Just one problem, Rat. Doc Tofu's not here right now, and if Kasumi's still with him, it wouldn't do any good, even if he were," said Childra. Everyone present shuddered at the thought of a love-drunk Tofu handling a sharp needle. "No problem," said Ratiko. "I'm a third-year pre-med student. You want to take the blood test?" asked Childra. Something was very funny here, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly what. Yep. Anything for a nice girl like Makimpa. Miyabi. "Whatever. Rat?" asked Childra. "Have you ever actually done a blood test before?" "Well, not on a person, no. But I've practiced on thousands of grapefruits." Everyone face faulted. "Look, we've got to do this now, and I'm the only one available with the required knowledge. At worst, it'll hurt for a minute or two. What do you say?" "All right. Go ahead," said Miyabi. "Great. Rat?" asked Childra. "Exactly where are you going to get the syringes and testing chemicals from?" "Oh, I have them right here." He pulled a brown paper bag from inside his blouse. "You carry syringes around with you on a regular basis?" Childra raised an eyebrow. She wasn't sure she wanted to know. "Well, yeah. Ratiko stammered. "You know how it is, being back in an uncivilized time, and all. You can never be too careful." Right. Curiouser and curiouser, thought Childra. Hey, I don't want to die here of some weird antique disease. Of course I'll keep a stock of basic medicines and tests for the nastier things. Self-preservation. Now, that sounded like the rare Akushinto. This time travel must have knocked him up, so he's being more paranoid than usual. Figures. Ratiko? Asked Ryo. Aren't you supposed to test the animal, rather than the person? I thought I'd heard that somewhere. Ratiko began to sweat. Odd. Children didn't think it was that hot. Oh, it hasn't been done that way in years, he said. The latest technique is to test the person. Much faster, simpler, and cheaper if you use the right thing. But, Rat, there isn't any rabies in 2096. We wiped it out. All the more reason it hasn't been done that way in years. Northeast. Childra face faulted. Well, get on with it. While you guys are talking, this pervert's getting a kick out of fondling my leg. I am not. Ryo began to protest, but was interrupted by a slap from Akane's daughter. I needed him out of the way, anyway, said Ratiko as he went up the stairs. He pulled out his syringe. This might sting a bit. Miyabi nodded. With an alcohol pad, he wiped the general area of the wound, then searched for a viable vein. When he found one, he quickly pricked it with the needle, eliciting only a slight gasp from Miyabi. He plugged a test tube into the back of the needle, and filled it with crimson blood, then capped it off and withdrew the syringe, wiping the site once again with alcohol. Childra blinked. That actually looked professional. Ratiko smiled. Told you I'd practiced. How long will the test take? Asked Ryo. Oh, just a few seconds, said Ratiko. I'll need to go to the kitchen to do it. Where is it? Miyabi pointed in the right direction, and Ratiko began to head off. Just a second, Rat. If this is urgent, I'd better go with you to make sure you don't end up in Russia. She walked up to him and took him by the hand. The Tendo kitchen was clean and well kept, so there was no difficulty in finding a clear spot where Rat could perform his test. He pulled out a few strips of pink paper from the brown bag, then uncorked the test tube holding the blood, and immersed of the pieces in it. Rat? Isn't that litmus paper? I didn't know you knew about medicine. I don't, but I had to take chem in my first year. I don't remember much else, but I do remember the labs, and that's litmus paper. Of course it is. See? He pulled a strip out. Basic blue. Great. No rabies. Run that by me again. The rabies bug turns the blood acidic almost immediately. Normally, blood's a buffer, so its pH is neutral to slightly basic. If she'd gotten rabies, the paper would be red, not blue. I thought rabies tests took a long time and were rather expensive. How come you can do it so quickly? Something was up, and Childra didn't like having the wool pulled over her eyes. Well, I guess. Probably no one's ever thought of doing it before. Rat, you're hiding something from me, and I don't like it. Spit it out. Hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Ryo called from the living room. Is everything alright in there? Yep, answered Ratiko. Just finished the test. Be out in a minute. Childra frowned. Rat wasn't going to tell her anything willingly. That much was clear. She'd just have to write it out and see what he let slip. And he would let it slip, eventually. Men were careless that way. Well, then, I guess you're right. I am. Yup. Well, lad, let's get going. They're waiting for us outside. Ratiko looked very confused. Good. He'd be off guard. The Hibiki picked up the medical miscellania and stuffed it back into his brown bag. Then the pair exited back into the living room. That was quick, said Ryo. I suppose 100 years from now medicine must be a lot more effective. Apparently, said Childra, eyeing Ratiko suspiciously. Well, what were the results? Asked Miyabi anxiously. Good news, said Ratiko. No rabies. That's great, said Miyabi. We'd better get back to Dr. Tofu so he can look at the leg. Oh, and maybe confirm the test, said Ryo. Ratiko looked hurt. It's not that we don't trust you, Rat, but if she does have rabies. Ratiko nodded. You're sure you want to see the doc with Kasumi around? Asked Childra. Oh, Auntie Kasumi can do it herself, if she has to. She's quite the nurse, said Miyabi. Ratiko was looking jumpy. I, probably should go train, he said. Train in what? Asked Childra. Great Gramps taught me a few things that I want to practice. Such as? Well, there's some special attacks, and... He paused. Could I borrow your machete? More and more suspicious, thought Childra. Why do you want it? Great Gramps is teaching me how to fence. Uncle Ryuga doesn't use a sword, said Miyabi. Well, he's here. A pause. He's teaching me with the umbrella, but thinks that I should use a sword instead, since I'm not strong enough to really hurt anyone. Otherwise, I don't know about that, said Ryo. In my experience, umbrellas can be quite dangerous. That goes for long-twanty objects in general, agreed Childra. Well, could I borrow it? I'd give it back tomorrow afternoon, I suppose. Just be sure not to point it at anyone, okay? Okay. Childra reached behind her back and pulled out a machete with a carved wooden handle, then handed it to Ratiko. Ryo blinked. That wasn't there before, he said. Childra grinned. You haven't seen Akane use her mallet, have you, lad? Ryo nodded. Actually, he said, I have. Well, then, if she can stuff a 2-foot wooden hammer in her leotards without making a noticeable bulge, I can put a machete in between my shirt and jacket. Point taken, acknowledged Ryo. Mom, in a leotard? Asked Miyabi. Never mind. Long story. I'll be going now, said Ratiko. I want to start before it gets too dark. There's street lights all over town, Rat. I like the sunlight better. It's got a nicer spectrum. Exactly how hard did Ranma smash you against that tree? I'll be... uh, die. He dashed out the door. Strange boy, said Ryo. Childra and Miyabi nodded their agreement. Asterisk 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 Ratiko smiled to himself. So far, so good. He had the cloth sample, the blood and the machete. Now all he needed was to hide these in front of the dojo until Ryuga pounded Ranma unconscious the following day. He looked around. Not much. A few bushes, some grass, a tree. The tree looked promising. He examined it, and soon found a small nook which would be perfect for his purposes. Right now it was a bit small. Oh, maybe if he worked at it with Childra's machete. As luck would have it, just as Rab began the enlargement, Ishido returned from his walk. The Hibiki quickly hid the weapon behind his back and pushed the evidence into an inconspicuous position with his foot. So, Ishtar, how have you been? He began to sweat quite visibly. My name is Ishido. I think. Okay, then, Ishido. Been having a nice time? Anything to stop him from noticing the samples? Not really. I've tried to remember my past life, but whenever I try to piece it together, all I get are fleeting glimpses, still pictures. It's so frustrating. No luck, eh? Rat took the opportunity to move the brown bag a bit further back. Well, not much. There is _1_ person I remember more clearly than others. Unfortunately, he's not the kind of person I _want_ to remember. Do tell. Until now, Ratiko hadn't realized how tiring it was to hold a blade aloft. Even now, I don't remember much. Just that there's some sort of violent maniac. Kind of a psychopath. He's quite a bitter character. Fights with an umbrella, I believe. An umbrella? Ratiko perked up. Like Ryuga? Ishido grinned. I wouldn't make that comparison to his face. When I left, he was trying to kill Ryuga. What? The machete clattered to the ground. Ishido pointed at it. I think you just dropped a... Before he could finish his sentence, Ratiko rushed to him and shook him by the shoulders. We've got to do something about it. You can't let them kill Great Gramps. Then I'll... You can't. Calm down. It's in another timeline, remember? And I had no idea how to get back there. Never mind the fact that I don't know if I _want_ to go back. No need to get so excited. What do you mean, no need? Ratiko continued to shake Ishido. Don't you realize that? Just then, Childra stepped out of the dojo, fingering something in her left pocket. Oh, good, she said. You're still here. I meant to ask you a... Childra. It's horrible. Ratiko rushed to Childra and grabbed her shoulders, which he then proceeded to shake. Or Ryuga is going to be killed by some maniac, and we can't stop it. Just a minute, said Ishido. It's one thing when you bother me like that, but to do that to Childra. He walked over to the pair, to separate them. He never made it. There was a blue glow, and all three of them disappeared. Somewhere out there, there's Ryo, Miyabi, Ratiko, Childra, and Ishido that went on with their lives, never disrupted by temporal and dimensional displacement, living normally as they could. These weren't those people. In some realities out there, Ryugu was killed during an epic battle atop a bridge, and forever remembered and missed by his friends. This was that kind of a reality. Well, it was supposed to be. Things change. Asterisk 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 on a long spanning concrete bridge over a waterway in Tokyo. Two figures faced off. In the distance, storm clouds were rolling in and the sound of thunder from a distance echoed in. At the ends of the bridge, crowds watched expectantly. Many of them were just observers. Quite a few of them were placing bets with Hibiki, and a few had personal interests. Ranma, Akane, and Yukio looked on, hoping that Ryuga's adversary wasn't as dangerous as he was rumored to be. Ryuga stood silently, waiting for his adversary to make the first move. Ryuga's mind, however, wasn't silent. He was still reeling, deep in his mind, from when Akane and Ranma finally became an official couple. And then there was Yukio's good luck just tugging at the edge of his mind as well. And then that asterisk PR asterisk that kiss that Ranma-chan gave him. The last few months had been strange already, and Ryuga had a bad feeling about today. Good day, Hibiki. Ryuga's adversary said some distance across from the bridge. He was, at a glance, Gosankuzi. However, the better posture, menacing smirk, and psychotic tendencies quickly alerted anyone that this wasn't Nirima's resident wimp and wizard that they were dealing with. He did a little salute with his own umbrella, an obsidian one of European design, with a hook and handle and an inch-long blade at the end. Ryuga nodded cautiously and replied, Mohashin. Asterisk 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 CHILDRA. It's horrible. Ratiko rushed to Childra and grabbed her shoulders, which he then proceeded to shake. Ryuga is going to be killed by a maniac, and we can't stop it. Just a minute, said Ishido. It's one thing when you bother me like that, but to do that to Childra. He walked over to the pair, to separate them. He never made it. There was a blue glow, and all three of them disappeared. For the four of them, the world suddenly became blurry. Ratiko, Ishido and Childra were taken entirely by surprise. Ratiko, however, had an idea of where he wanted to go, he just didn't know that he was going to go there. He wanted to stop a psychopath from killing his great-grandfather. He assumed that this psychopath would be successful in killing his great-grandfather. That is, unless he interfered. As the old saying goes, you get what you ask for. Asterisk 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 Ryuga winced and stepped back quickly, feeling the cut on his face. He felt the rage building up inside him. Being made a fool of in front of Ranma, in front of Akane, in front of Yukio. How dare he? That's it. Take this. Ryuga snapped his umbrella open and spun it hard. He charged at Mohashin, swinging fast and furiously, his umbrella whirling like a buzzsaw and sending sparks everywhere. Muhashin dodged desperately and retreated a few steps, and then saw a chance at an opening. Ryuga swung his makeshift buzzsaw umbrella towards Muhashin, but this time he didn't retreat. Muhashin rolled forward, past the whirling edge of the umbrella, hooked Ryuga's leg with his umbrella handle, pulled, knocking Ryuga off his feet, and turned the umbrella's blade forward, towards Ryuga's heart. Meanwhile, Ryuga's ultra-heavy umbrella spun away, out of control. Muhashin grabbed Ryuga by the throat with one hand, and held his umbrella with the other, ready to put an end to the lost boy's existence. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light and he was blinded. Childra blinked. Her surroundings were suddenly very different. She was outside the Tenryuju, and now she was apparently in the middle of a bridge. There seemed to be a crowd of people in the distance. She turned and looked at Ratiko straight in the eye, definitely annoyed. "Ratiko, look what you've done now," she said in a condescending voice. "What?" Muhashin reflexively winced and shut his eyes as the flash of light struck, and that proved to be his undoing. Ryuga took advantage of his hesitation and lunged forward with one hand, grabbing Muhashin's throat. He kept Muhashin's umbrella away with the other. Ishido was alarmed. "Not again," he muttered, looking around nervously while Ratiko and Ishido were beginning to argue. He was afraid that he might have been brought back to his own reality, where they were after him. "What do you mean, look what you've done now?" "How's it my fault?" yelled Ratiko. "How the heck did we get here anyways?" Ratiko started to glow just a little. "Ratiko, calm down." Ishido heard the sounds of battle nearby, and turned around. Wham! And got a titanium-weight umbrella in the skull. Ishido stumbled forward, severely dazed and bordering on unconscious. Muhashin was slowly losing air, feeling his neck being crushed by Ryuga's hand. He crushed Ryuga's throat with his own hand, and it became a race to see who would lose consciousness first. Ishido. Childra caught him as he fell. "What happened to him?" Ratiko shrugged. Amazingly, they failed to notice the two individuals several yards away trying to kill each other. They might be excused because the two people were at the moment on the floor and choking each other, but it was still something a bit hard to miss. Muhashin was losing and he knew it. Ryuga was turning just a little blue, but he was 10 seconds away from unconsciousness. To his surprise, Ryuga let go of his throat. Unfortunately for him, Ryuga's fist pounded into his body, sending a shockwave of pain through his gut. He let go of Ryuga's throat and then tried to drive a finger into his eyes. Ryuga turned his head and Muhashin missed, making a small hole in the concrete instead. He pulled his hand back again and punched down hard. This time he felt something snap under his fist. Ryuga yelled in pain, grabbed him by the shirt, and threw him away. _hard_. Childra tried to keep Ishido on his feet. "Ishido, wake up. What was it?" Ishido managed to stagger to his feet, but he had an enormous headache and the world seemed to be in triplicate. What? What was? Then there was the sound. The sound was incredibly loud, really, and also hard to explain. Nothing quite expresses the sound of two skulls colliding. Take two coconuts and thump them together, hard. It isn't quite the same, but it comes close. Childra gasped as Ishido's skull was suddenly impacted by someone else. They both collapsed to the floor, looking incredibly dazed. Oh my! Time to leave, she thought to herself. She was disturbed at how sensitive the artifact seemed to be. Ratiko just came up in a panic and suddenly they phased into another reality. That underscore was not reassuring to her. The locket seemed to be wavering in sensitivity, as if it was somewhat unstable. But for now, there were more pressing matters to address. Well, thought Childra, might as well go somewhere I'm familiar with first, and besides, Loverboy looks like he needs some medical attention. Childra focused hard. For Childra, Ratiko, and one very dazed Ryo Saotome, the world became a blur. It didn't matter to Ishido, he was unconscious. You know, it still surprises me, said Miyabi as she walked through Nirima towards the Tendu home. What does? Asked Ryo. The way Uncle Tofu acts around Auntie Kasumi. No matter how many times I see it, it's just so weird. Doesn't he always act that way? Asked Kasumi. Actually, he's a lot different when you're not there, said Miyabi. Less hyper, I guess. That's what Akane always tells me, said Kasumi. Ryo laughed. Visiting Dr. Tofu just reminded him of Bell-chan, and he walked along in better spirits, feeling that maybe they'd get everything sorted out tonight without incident. Then he could go back to her, and never leave her again. He dug into his pocket and felt an empty space where the locket should have been. Ryo's eyes went wide with shock. Oh hell! Miyabi backed away from Ryo, startled at his sudden outburst. What the heck's wrong with you now? Ryo checked his other pocket, then his back pockets, then felt around his shirt. It's gone. Damn it. It should be noted that Kasumi was perfectly calm during this entire exchange. What's gone? The locket. Damn. He'd been able to be calm so far. But this was a giant step backwards. He was angry at himself, mad as hell. Images of Bell-chan ran through his mind. Years and realities away. He clenched his fists angrily, feeling all the frustration of the past several days surge back up. Before Miyabi could ask any further, Ryo blazed down the street as fast as he could. Hey! Wait up! Oh my! The trees swayed in the breeze. Something large flew across the sky. Deep in the forest, 4 people had recently appeared. Childra watched over Ishido and the new arrival with some concern. They hadn't stirred in a while. Just great. We picked up somebody extra, said Ratiko. Mohashin was conscious. He'd been conscious for a while now, but didn't bother moving. He learned, long ago, that if you want to find out what's really going on, faking unconsciousness makes people's tongues relax a bit more, and a savage beating. Thus far, he concluded 3 things. 1. That whoever he was in the company of wasn't familiar with him at all. 2. He wasn't a prisoner. 3. He might be able to use them. The situation he found himself in was unexpected and unexplainable. He was in a duel against Hibiki, and doing quite well, too. Almost had him. But now he was with a strange group of people deep in some forest. It didn't make sense. The motive behind these people was unknown, their fighting ability unknown, the possibility of them being a threat to him was unknown. Too many unknowns. Strange things were afoot and he hated that. Especially when he wasn't the one behind the strange things. It brought out the paranoid in him. He needed information or else . A nice start, he thought, would have been the matter of location. Rat? Asked Childra. Where the heck are we now? You're asking me? Oh, I forgot who I was talking to. That answers that. I wonder, said Childra, all of us that've been dragged around have been connected to Ranma in one way or another. And? Asked Ratiko. Wonder what this lad's story is, and why he has such an interesting umbrella. Childra held Mahashin's umbrella, twirling it idly. Well, he couldn't possibly be from my family, said Ratiko. Hibikis aren't skinny and pale. Hibiki? Wondered Mahashin. The only Hibiki he knew of was Ryuga, and that did not sound like Ryuga. Doesn't look like a relative of Ranma's either, said Childra. Let's take stock of who we do have so far. Mahashin resisted smiling. Playing dead worked too easy. Childra wanted to keep Ratiko's mind busy. She didn't want him to figure out she had their means of transit just yet. Best to toss in some facts, shake and stir. We've got Ranma's son from a reality where he married Yukayu. Ratiko frowned. And a daughter from where he married Akane. Who cares about that jerk? Muttered Ratiko. Realities? Wondered Mahashin. All this jumping between realities is giving me a headache. Yelled Ratiko. Reality jumping. In the distance, a small speck appeared. I wonder where we were, anyways, said Childra. I dunno. Ishido was just telling me about some guy that was out to kill my great-granddad. Oh? Out to kill Ryuga, Who? I don't remember the name. Wait. This Ratiko. He his Ryugas. In the distance, a small speck got larger, and a bit flatter. No, I must misheard that, thought Mahashin. What's that? Asked Ratiko. I think, said Childra. He was in the company of delusional maniacs, concluded Mahashin. Hey! Childra yelled, waving her arms around. Over here! Over here! Shouted Ratiko. What are they? Mahashin couldn't help but peek. and was stunned. "Hey you guys, what are you doing out here?" asked a uniformed person as he hovered nearby on something large, flat, and to Muhashi's mind, impossible. Asterisk 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 Ryo charged into the house, feeling angry, scared, and frustrated. "Where is it? Where is it? Damn!" He tore through the house, searching everywhere for it. He searched through the kitchen, the living room, under the shogi board, which somehow didn't disturb Sun and Ranma at all, on the roof. Miyabi followed in a little later with Kasumi, as Ryo was fishing around in the pond, waist deep in water, and definitely panic-stricken. "Hey, what are you doing?" asked Miyabi. Where? Miyabi did what she did when she first met him. She hit him. Snap out of it. Ryo was frozen in post-slap position. The world was slowly coming into focus again, in a rational and orderly fashion. Thanks. I needed that. Now what's wrong with you? It's just... Ryo didn't want to tell her the whole truth just yet. It's a locket that my fiancé gave me. Oh, it means a lot to me. Really? A gift from her or something? Or something. Need help finding it? No, that's okay. Suit yourself. I'm gonna go talk to Mom and Dad. As she said the words, Sun and Janma were to the left and right of her. That's right, granddaughter. Show your father his fate, said Sun. Janma nodded solemnly. Indeed. "Yar. Sure, Granddad." Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I don't believe it," said Childra. "Amazing coincidence, isn't it?" asked Ratiko. "Our own time and only miles off course. Hey Hannah, I was traveling with you. Should seen it coming." Children smirked. "Imagine that, landing in the deep forest preserve of the university. You guys really should been out there," the DFB ranger said. "It was an accident, really," said Childra. "Right. Sure." Childra shrugged. "See truth? Really. Just don't do it again." Childra ignored him with a style all her own. The Deep Forest Preserve, DFB, was a grand achievement of the university. 5 square miles of deep thick forest outside of Tokyo. No vehicles were allowed in the preserve, except for the platform-like hover mechs, which had specially built feet so as to not trample the plants and wildlife too much, certainly less harmful than tires. The thing had enough capacity to carry several large crates, often crates containing animals brought to the preserve, or a large crowd of people. For general purposes it hovered, unless it was needed for construction, pickup, or drop-off, in which case the arms and legs came into play. Everyone agreed. A nearly flat surface with arms and legs looked somewhat goofy. The general nickname of the things were table mechs. The jungle itself was incredibly dense, with very few areas to walk through. If one tried a casual stroll there, the odds were strong that that person would get lost. The odds were lower, but still strong, that one would be mauled by a wild animal as well. It was a very thorough recreation of the wilderness. The hover mech cruised through the jungle, its engines emitting a somewhat loud, low humming noise. As they traveled across the forest in the hover mech, Childra and Ratiko admired the scenery. Ishido and Mahashin were settled down, on the floor of the mech. Ishido was still out cold. Ryo had heard them say that this Ishido may have known him, and decided to take appropriate measures to buy himself some time to set up his story. Whenever nobody looked, he reached over and slammed Ishido's skull into the floor. He'd done this already at least 5, maybe 6 times. The loud thrum of the engines covered the clang of Ishido's skull meeting metal very well. He hoped that nobody would notice the small dent in the floor. Finally, he decided that it was time to set up his identity. He'd put a lot of thought into it too. Oh, this would be good. Hello? Said a rather timid voice. Childra and Ratiko turned around, curious at this new voice. Excuse me. What's going on? Oh, you're awake. Good, said Childra. Where am I? What's going on? Mahashin felt he deserved an award for Best Actor, as his manner and voice became more and more panic-stricken and afraid. A very Bosankuzi-ish performance indeed. Calm down, take it easy, said Childra. Mum, hello? Miyabi knocked on Akane's door cautiously. After seeing her mother's earlier rant, she figured that it'd be best to be a little careful around her at the moment. Oh, Miyabi? Come on in. Akane smiled nervously and looked at her daughter with a mix of fascination, denial, and curiosity. She was her daughter. No, she was her and Ariane's daughter. And once she started thinking along those lines, she began to feel very uncomfortable. Miyabi took a seat on the bed, while Akane stayed seated on her desk chair. I just wanted to hide from my grandfathers. She smiled and laughed nervously. Well, you know. Akane laughed along with her daughter. Yeah, they can get, well, over-enthusiastic sometimes. The laughter died down slowly, then the two just sat there, nervously. Miyabi wasn't sure what to do at all, with this being in the past and all. She never thought of her mother and father as being _young_, not ever, but now there they were. And it was so bizarre, yet fascinating. Akane had some questions of her own, but was afraid to ask them. Mainly because it had to do with her and Ranma. After another minute of unbearable silence, Akane made an attempt at small talk. So, how's things in the future? Oh, it's nice, I guess. I guess me and Ranma are running the dojo now. Dad and you? Yes. Akane blushed further, with the question in her mind nagging her even more. So, you have a brother? A few years younger. Do you? We get along, I guess. Miyabi neglected to mention the occasional squabbles that they got into, but why worry Mum now? Oh, good. That's good. Miyabi sighed. She didn't know much about time travel, quantum, and such, but she didn't like seeing her parents fighting like they were doing now. Miyabi. Mom, tell me about us. Me and Ranma. Miyabi couldn't help but smile. Things were looking up. Yes indeed, granddaughter. Enlighten your mother on the way things should be. Miyabi and Akane blinked. Miyabi looked out to the window, where Sun and Janma were looking in, and looking very happy as well. Miyabi turned a shade of red. Was a simple talk with her mother too much to ask? Grandfather Nobaka. Asterisk WHAP asterisk WHAP asterisk hyphen splash. Oh, I'm so happy. Wailed soon, filling the fish pond even more with water. The panda next to him merely growled in agreement. Asterisk 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 evening faded into night, and night faded into morning. Ryo Saotome, bleary-eyed and exhausted, sat down, out in the dojo. He'd searched for hours on end, fighting against sleep. I have to find that locket. Taku. Bell-chan. And for the first time in a long time, Ryo Saotome got some sleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So, let me get this straight. Mohashin paused for dramatic effect, in the year 2096. Yup, said Ratiko. And I might not be in the same reality? Is that the term? Mohashin blinked and quickly looked back and forth at Childra and Ratiko. Childra nodded impatiently. Right. The same reality that I was in before. And that's about it. That is, basically, it, said Childra. Mohashin blinked again. You're right. The trio continued to glide across the jungle landscape at a leisurely pace. Fast traveling wasn't allowed. It wrecked the habitat, enjoying the scenery. Ratiko looked relaxed, now that he was back on home turf. Childra was inwardly smiling. Not only had she gotten a hold of the locket, she'd managed to use it properly. Mohashin was doing an award-winning performance as a nervous, shy, and confused person. In fact, it was rather Bosankuzi-ish. It was a second later that Childra realized she didn't even know this guy's name. Hey, cutie, she said. Cut that out, yelled Ratiko. I'm not talking to you, said Childra. At least, not this time. She winked and Ratiko developed an amazingly deep blush. She got up and walked over to Mohashin, who was busy absent-mindedly looking out at the scenery. Childra put her hand on his shoulder and said, Hey there. Mohashin blinked. There seemed to be a woman's hand on his shoulder. He turned around and nearly ran into her body. Hi. I don't think I've caught your name, she said, smiling in a certain way that made most men's minds turn to more lusty directions. Me? Oh, It was at this point that Ryo Mohashin encountered a weakness he didn't think he'd have to deal with. Childra sat next to him. Don't be shy now. He never could deal with a flirtatious woman. He could flirt at women just fine, throw out nice, somewhat kuno-esque pickup lines, But when they flirted back in normal daily situations, my name, he tugged his shirt nervously. Don't lose it now, he told himself. Calm down. Bring on the cover story. He took a deep breath. Hi, my name is Ryo Saotome. Would you happen to be familiar with Ranma Saotome? Oh, Uncle Ranma? Yeah, why? Uncle? Asked Ratiko. Actually, that's what I always called him. We're not, really related. Mahashin was unnerved by the way that Childra was looking at him, which was, in his mind, not a little on the sultry side. Oh? Who's your parents? Hikaru and Yukaigo Sankuji. Childra didn't have much reaction to that. Oh, that's nice. Ratiko, on the other hand, wasn't feeling so good. Wait, your mother. Did she by any chance carry around a really large spatula? Why yeah, best okonomiyaki chef in town. It can't be. We've got to go back. Ratiko yelled. Something's gone wrong. Children sighed, annoyed that Ratiko still hadn't gotten the concept of alternate realities down yet. Calm down, Rat. She nervously glanced at her pocket, afraid that the locket might be triggered again. How can I calm down? Great-granddad didn't marry Yukayu. Childra felt the locket begin to glow warmly, then fade as Ratiko calmed down. Pardon? Who's your great-grandfather? Asked Mahashin, rather timidly. Ryuga Hibiki, yelled Ratiko. Well, actually, Ryuga did marry Mum. What? But wasn't your dad? He, died when I was young. Ryuga's my stepdad. I suppose that explains this, asked Childra, and tossed Mahashin's ebony umbrella to him. Yeah. He thought I ought to be able to defend myself. I noticed some initials on it, UWSMA. You mind if I ask what it means? It seems familiar. Let's see. That was the school my stepdad used to be a part of. Unorthodox Weaponry School of HM. Oh, Unorthodox Weaponry School of Martial Arts, said Childra. I heard about them in some history notes. Oh? What do you hear? They used to train the bodyguards of the royal families, hundreds of years ago. But for unknown reasons they faded away. That's all? Asked Mahashin, feeling a bit saddened. That's it. Meanwhile, nearby, a Hibiki was thinking hard. It was quite an effort. Finally, the Hibiki gears stopped turning. Hey, said Ratiko. Mahashin pretended to be startled. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Well, Mum is pregnant at the moment. Ratiko wasn't sure what to think of it. On one hand, Yukayu didn't marry Ryuga at first. But on the other hand, she did, and will have a child by him. So, he wondered, am I still going to exist if that happens? He wasn't sure at all. Just then, Ishido started to move. Ow, he said. What hit me? Apparently, he did, said Childra, smirking and pointing at Ryo Saotome. She had no idea exactly how correct she was. Ishido was in a world of pain. Actually, that would be an overstatement. He was in a small city block of pain. He opened his eyes, and got flooded by brightness. His skull throbbed with pain. "Ow," he said weakly. "Still hurts?" asked Childra. "I think this is how," said Ishido, pausing to wince, "a hangover might feel." "So, you're Ishido?" said Muhashin. "Yeah, this is Ishido," said Childra, getting up and sitting back down by Ishido's side. She ran her hand through his hair slowly. "Ishido, darling, we've got new company." "Ow. Another one?" "Yar." "Hi," said Muhashin, timidly. "No need to be scared, Gosling," said Childra in a playful and teasing voice. Deep inside, Ryo Muhashin flared with anger. "Gosling." His eye twitched briefly, but he managed to calm himself. "I should have known this alias would have its drawbacks." "Gosling?" asked Ishido, weakly. Muhashin winced again. "We picked up the son of Ikarugo Sunkuji and Yukai Kwanji." Ishido tried to get up and have a look at their newest traveling companion, but his headache flared up as he tried to sit up. "SHH, lie down, darling, I like you that way," teased Childra. It was Ishido's turn to blush, just before he faded into unconsciousness again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ryo sat in the park bench, the sun's warmth on his face, and the breeze going by gently. All was perfect today. He was waiting for his Bell-chan. They had a date today, a nice picnic in the park. "Ryo-kun." Ryo looked, and there was Bell-chan in all her beauty, with a basket in hand and a warm smile on her face. "Bell-chan." Ryo stood up and walked to her, and she walked to him. He took her in his arms and kissed her, closing his eyes and holding them close. She slowly and reluctantly pushed away from the kiss, with his eyes still closed, and said, "Ooh, Cubby, you're just ready to go right now, aren't you?" Something wasn't right. Ryo opened his eyes. "Something wrong, darling?" Childra wrapped her arms around him and moved in for another kiss. "Hey no." Ryo bolted upright, shaking badly. It was just a dream, just a dream, just a nightmare. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs. "I love Bell-chan, and nothing's going to stop me from coming back to her." Meanwhile, outside, Ranma was waiting. Actually, he was enjoying the weather. There's a difference. Waiting is, for example, when one is expecting someone to show up for a duel. Enjoying the weather is what one does when one realizes that it is a Hibiki that one is waiting for, and accepts that it may be a long wait. Ryo walked outside, to his father. "Pop, can I ask you something?" Sure." Ryo made Ranma a little uncomfortable and uncertain. On one hand, there's Miyabi, proof that Ranma might care enough about Akane to marry asterisk or asterisk. And then there's Ryo, proof that Ranma might really belong with asterisk after all. Any belief Ranma had in fate was tossed out the window. He was thankful that no kids of his from Shampoo showed up, Or worse yet, from him and Kodakai. That, he figured, would just be too much. Have you seen a small silver locket anywhere? He asked desperately. Locket? Sorry, Mumber. Oh. Ryo looked downcast. He started to look around the trees and bushes, knowing that he'd never been there but just decided to look anyways. I'll, keep an eye out for it, okay? Thanks, Pop, said Ryo, in a tired voice. Kasumi walked by, to Janma and soon with a tray of refreshments. Ranma. Ranma sighed. Ryo looked around, spotting an enraged Ryuga Hibiki stomping towards them. Ranma. Today is the day I will defeat you. Ranma shifted into a ready position. Whenever you're ready, big boy. Die. At this point, Yukai Kwanji wandered in happily, looking forward to spending a little time with her Ranshin. Hey, Ranshin, am I interrupting something? Just me beating Ryuga. Again. Ranma cracked his knuckles and the two martial artists went at it again. Not today, Saotome. Oh, okay, said Yukai, still in her cheery disposition. I'll just wait till you're finished. She sat down on the porch next to Ryo, who had suddenly started feeling depressed again. There was his dad, and there was his mom, and it didn't look like he loved her in this reality either. Kasumi walked by again, this time with a tray of empty containers that once held drinks and snacks. Oh, hi Kasumi, said Yukai to Kasumi as she passed by. And you, she said, looking at Ryo, you a friend of Ranshin's? I don't think we've met. I guess you might say that. He answered. Would you like something to drink? Asked Kasumi, politely. That's all right, Kasumi. So, who's the guest? This is Ryo Saotome, said Kasumi. Ryo was depressed beyond caring at the moment. Sure, he thought, go ahead and tell her. Ryo Saotome. Yukai had a careful look at him. He did resemble Ranshin quite a bit. He's Ranma's son, said Kasumi. Yeah, what she said Ryo flatly, sinking into Ryuga-like depression, his mind still trying to figure out how he could have lost the locket. Yukai was silent for a moment. Then, she managed to blink. Excuse me. Time travel, said Ryo. Long story. You're kidding, right? Does she? He said, indicating Kasumi. Kid around that much? Well, Mumber, Yukai heard about Appo's eyes and Van Mirror. Considering the madness that goes on regularly in the neighborhood, she easily accepted the concept of time travelers. So, who's your mom? She asked nervously. Well, said Ryo, hesitating, you. This gave Yukai another reason to take a moment of silence. She looked at Ryo again. She looked hard, and finally saw hints of Kwanji lineage in his features as well. You single quote ray dot 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 my dot. Yukai was feeling a bit stunned. Elation and joy were shooting through her mind. Ranshin and I are going to be together. She thought happily. She hugged Ryo happily. This is great. When's the wedding? How many kids do we have? Are we good parents to you? So, P-chan, what are you mad about this time? Asked Ranma. You have not only made my life hell, but you ruined the life of my great-grandson. There was a notable pause in the action as Ryuga fumed and everyone else except Ryo, whose mind was shifting constantly from angst, to depression, to trying to find out where that damn locket went, looked at Ryuga as if he was insane. Yukaiu glanced briefly at Ryuga. His kid time travel too? She wondered. Ranma thought he must have heard things wrong. Your what? Asked Ranma. My great-grandson. So, who's Ryuga's great-grandson? Asked Yukaiu cheerfully. This was a new one to Ryo, unless Ishido or Ratiko was. Ratiko Hibiki, said Ryuga through semi-clenched teeth, whose life Ranma has also made a living hell. What are you talking about, P-chan? Shut up or anime. Ratiko. Okay, said Yukaiu. I asked this much already, might as well find out, she muttered to herself. So who's Ratiko's great-grandmother? Did Ryuga finally get together with Akane? Why, you are, said Kasumi in a rather sweet way. Yukaiu and Ryuga reacted instantly and at the same time. What? Yelled Yukaiu. Why would I ever have kids with that idiot? No way. His great-grandmother is Akane. Boomed Ryuga. Ranma and Ryo, father and son, were both rather unsure of how to approach the situation. They both decided to shut up and let things happen. Besides, Ryo had more pressing matters on his mind. Who the heck told you this? Demanded Yukaiu. Well, said Kasumi, not fazed at all by Yukaiu and Ryuga's loud reactions. Dr. Tofu told me that Ratiko told him, or was it Childra? Anyways, it was one of those two. I think, that told him that Ratiko's great-grandparents were Ryuga and Yukaiu. Wait. Ratiko said this, said Ryuga. Kasumi nodded. Ryuga's world spun out of control and into a heap of shattered glass. That means I'm destined not to win Akane's heart. Why didn't Ratiko tell me? Yukaiu rubbed her chin in thought. Now wait a minute. I'm gonna have children by Ranma and Ryuga? No way. Huh? Asked Ryuga. You and Ranma have a child together. Yeah, him, said Yukaiu, indicating Ryo. In the back of her mind, she knew that this conversation had lost any resemblance of a normal one a long time ago. But she didn't care. In Mirima, you either roll with the punches, go mad, or somehow achieve a Kasumi-like inner peace. Yukaiu was one to roll with the punches. Our enemy you cad. Roared Ryuga, you slept with my wife. What? Yelled Yukaiu. Not just SEC, hey. Yelled Ranma, for all I know, while you probably slept with my wife. You're already sleeping with my fiancé. That's different. OH? How so? Yukaiu didn't know how to take that. Did Ranshin think that she and Ryuga slept together already? Or maybe Ryuga finally got somewhere with Akane. Hi Auntie Kasumi, hi Dad, Uncle Ryuga, and Yukayu, said Miyabi as she walked by. Everyone but Kasumi paused again, their line of thought knocked off balance by the use of Uncle and Aunt. Oh, hello Miyabi-chan, said Kasumi. Going somewhere? Just gonna visit grandmother. Miyabi walked calmly out the door. She felt that talking to Dad was no use now, and she'd already had a good talk with Mum, so why not talk to grandmother? Be back in time for dinner, okay? Reminded Kasumi. Okay. That little interlude set off another moment of silence. Ranma should have realized what Miyabi meant when she said she was visiting grandmother. But the heat of the moment made Ranma pay more attention to the more immediate threats of Ryuga and possibly an enraged Yukayu. Uncle Ryuga? Wondered Ryuga out loud. And Yukayu? Asked Yukayu. There was more silence. Ranma wondered if he should run. And, who was that girl? Asked Yukayu. Miyabi? That's Ranma and Akane's daughter, said Kasumi, sweetly of course. Ranma, said Yukayu. And Akane's, continued Ryuga. She's my daughter, so what? Asked Ranma, sounding a bit insulted and defensive. Orientation, how could you? Oriename, you womanizer. Insert violence here Ratiko, Childra, and Gosling as Childra had so affectionately called him hauled Ishido up the flight of stairs of their dorm and into Childra's room. Mind if I just take a quick look around? Asked Ryo Saotome. Sure, just don't get lost, cutie, said Childra. Mohashin strongly resisted the compulsion to do a Hibiki joke. And with that, Ryo Mohashin walked out the door. Childra looked at Ishido with a little bit of lust and a lot of playfulness. Oh, what are you thinking? Asked Ratiko. Just a little something to wake him up. Childra tucked Ishido into bed, underneath the blankets, and then she slid under the sheets with him. Hey! Not in front of me! Yelled Ratiko. Ryo shook his head sadly and walked back into the house with Kasumi as Yukayu and Ryuga proceeded to beat Ranma into the ground. All this business about sons and daughters and great-grandsons. Wait a minute. Kasumi? Yes? Have you seen Ratiko around? No, sorry. Childra? Mumber. Ryo's mind flashed back to a moment with Childra, her hands all over his lower regions, and in his pocket. Ryo turned red with anger, as all the pieces snapped into place, and he knew with certainty where his locket was. Or to be more exact, who had his locket. Damn her. Ishido woke up, yet again. He'd been flickering in and out of consciousness for a while now, through the hovercraft ride, and the hovercab ride, and the ridiculous climb up the staircase. Finally, He felt that he might be able to actually stay conscious. Strange images were flickering in his mind. Ryuga's umbrella, in his face. Riding on the hover mech. Gosankuji, or was it Ryo Mahashin? It couldn't be. Riding with them in the hover mech, talking with Childra nervously. At the moment, it seemed that he was somewhere soft. A bed. The sheets seemed silky. He was under a very nice, soft blanket, probably filled with goose down feathers, and the pillows weren't bad either. He inhaled and smelled the scent of exotic, perhaps erotic body oils. Oh boy, he thought. He opened his eyes, very slowly, knowing this might be a mistake. The first thing he saw was, of course, the ceiling. Hey there, darling. That voice was definitely female, and more importantly, next to him. Ishido turned his head. What he saw, only inches away, was a grinning Childra Jansen, covered up from the neck down by the blanket. For all he could guess, she might have been naked. His mind was so panicked that he wasn't sure if he was naked too. Have a nice rest, Cubby? She asked. He was unconscious, then he was in a woman's bed, between the sheets. This usually meant that something interesting occurred. And so, Ishido passed out. Again. Hey, hot stuff. Wake up, said Childra, gently patting him on the cheek. Ishido awoke again, and this time he steeled himself for what might be some alarming developments. We're in bed, he said, slowly. Yup, replied Childra happily. We didn't. He asked nervously. Not yet, she said whimsically, winking. You're cruel, lady, said Ratiko from a chair nearby. Ishido's eyes got wider than before, which was an amazing stunt, and he sat upright. It's not what it looks like, he yelled. Shame on you, Rat, you spoiled the mood. Children mock-butted. Ishido realized he was out from under the blanket and quickly did a self-check. Step 1, naked. He felt himself a bit and looked down. Answer, number step 2, are my pants lowered in any way, or undone? He looked down lower. Answer, no. No need to check further then. Meanwhile, outside, Ryo Mahashin was collecting his thoughts, along with some fresh air. The scene of the college, with all of the futuristic architecture, those wonderful hovercrafts zooming by, and these interesting things that weren't quite phone booths. They all made him wonder how he could turn this to his advantage. He twirled his umbrella idly. He had a habit of doing that whenever he was happy, angry, bored, thinking, or about to attack somebody, and sat in the front of the dorm building, pondering his next move. Dimensional travel. Imagine the possibilities. The grudge against Ryuga was small time compared to the importance of this. He could be rich beyond his wildest dreams, more powerful than he'd ever dared to hope. Whatever the secret of crossing dimensions, he wanted it. It will be mine, he said quietly to himself. Oh yes. It will be mine. and then he got that nagging sort of feeling. From around the corner, somebody was watching. Without turning around, Mohashin asked, "Who's there?" A rather pale girl emerged from the corner, with waist-length brown hair streaked with white, and somewhat large, black-lined eyes. She was wearing a red and black bodysuit of some sort, covered by something that looked like a streamlined university jacket. She reminds me of someone, thought Mohashin. He peered at her, trying to think of why she seemed familiar. Scaride stared at the man before her with a mix of curiosity, wonder, and fear. He looked a lot like her great-grandfather. Well, like one of the many versions of her great-grandfather that she had known. Could it be? Was he great-grandfather Hikaru, returned from the past again to help her? Was he here with a warning? A threat? Her ancestors, all of them, tended to avoid this Kunu-ruled reality unless they had serious business. She squinted, trying to make out small details in his face with her lilac eyes. Had she even met this particular Gosankuji before? Time and reality travel, being what it was, made discussions about past family members somewhat disorienting. Had in a family that has strong chromo-magical talent, and it gets even worse. Scaride had met a large number of her ancestors, most of them being great-grandfather Hikaru, quite a few that were not, and one or two alternate versions of herself. Of course, this made the situation at hand extremely awkward from a social greetings point of view. Gosankuji Hikaru? Scaride asked quietly. She didn't miss the slight twitch in his frame as she uttered that name. I wonder why he did that. Not quite, sighed Mohashin. Figures. Even if he ran 100 years into the future, he wouldn't get away from that damned tag. He briefly considered killing off Gosankuji, just to clear things up. After he went back home and eliminated Ryuga, of course. The Hikaru began scowling, but caught himself and returned to a calm, neutral mood. Scaride approached him with cautiously narrowed eyes. If he wasn't her great-grandfather, then who was he? A hint of dark circles around the eyes, a pale complexion, a very lean build. He certainly looked like a Gosankuji. But he'd felt her there. None of her relatives, from this or any other alternative, was that perceptive. Scaride had to get to the bottom of this. She took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and stepped out of the shadows. You. Whoever you are. How do you know I was watching you? She asked, somewhat timidly. Most people can't find me when I want to stay hidden. I just knew, miss, he replied, grinning like a Cheshire cat. And who might I have the pleasure of speaking to? He dropped the Ryo Saotome act for the moment, mostly because he was sick of acting like a sniveling coward, and partially because he wanted to have a little fun. The girl blushed, not being used to being talked to in such a polite manner. She snapped out of her shyness and offered a handshake. My name is Gosankuji Scaride. Mohashin held back a smirk. Much like her ancestor, I suppose. What a coincidence that we should meet here. Nice to meet you. Ryo took her hand. As they touched, Skyride's eyes widened in obvious shock. Quickly, she withdrew her hand. Who? What are you? She asked tremulously. Well, that is complicated, considering who you are. Mohashin smiled to himself. Her reaction was fairly amusing to him. You don't belong here. With that comment, he was a bit unsettled. That is true. Skyride frowned, then poked Ryo in his shoulders, knees and chest. Pardon? He asked, but was completely ignored. Solid, the girl muttered to himself, so he can't be a ghost. But then, what? She peered at him. That aura. I've never seen black streaks in someone's aura before, not like that. She snapped out of the trance she was in, and once again spoke to the man in front of her. What time are you from, and what is your business in this century? She asked firmly. Ryo raised an eyebrow in surprise. The girl reads yours. He considered the possible trouble this girl may raise and frowned internally. He twirled his umbrella again, slowly. How did you know? He asked. It shows in your aura, said Skyride. I sense something odd, and I'm fairly certain it's temporal distortion. She snorted. Can't be sure, of course, with all the black in your pattern hindering my sight. Now, answer me. He smiled again, amused. The lady was quite the commanding type suddenly. Oh my. No need to be alarmed, said Ryo in a hurt tone. I'm just here. Accidentally. Honest. It was the truth, just not with details. Of course you are. Skyride would normally be more cautious about things, but she sensed that Childra was nearby, so if things got ugly, she knew she'd have someone to call. That didn't mean she wasn't scared. She was considerably frightened, feeling that taint of black in him, and sensing a deep hatred of a Hibiki buried in his mind. The only Hibikis she knew were Ratiko and his family, so something bad was going on. Tell me who you are, mister. Mohashin sensed that she was turning things over in her head, and decided to derail her train of thought with an answer. Ryo Saotome, he said, matter-of-factly. Saotome? She slammed her right fist into her left palm. I knew it. It is time travel. Ryo noted that Skyride seemed to have a habit of talking to herself, regardless of who was present. TSK. All the easier to read, then. Some people just aren't smart about certain things. You're not a part of the collective, are you? Asked Skyride, narrowing her eyes even further. If the Saotome collective had allowed a Saotome as tainted and so as he was, something was wrong. Ryo tried to read that expression, and guessed that the collective was not a good thing to be a part of. Collective? What collective? Skyride breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the Saotome collective hasn't been corrupted. You're not one of them then, huh? Well, maybe the guys must have screwed up again. Or have they decided to drag people in from alternate timelines on purpose? Feigning surprise, Mohashin interfered. Oh, How did you know about the alternate dimensions? Alternate histories, not dimensions. She scowled with disgust. You're certainly not a scientist, that much for sure. I'll admit I don't read the dictionary all that often, but... He spun his umbrella, then stopped it and put its metal point at the ghost girl's neck. Perhaps you could enlighten me. How did you know? He grinned a snake-like grin and brought his face closer to hers. Large beads of sweat began to form on Skyride's pale forehead. I told ya, it shows in the aura. After a few quick breaths, she composed herself and stopped trembling. It seemed like she was focusing on something. Someone. Whatever it was, it seemed to get rid of her fear. All of a sudden, she grinned, and brushed the umbrella away. Surprised, Ryo resumed sitting normally and at her with a look of genuine curiosity. Besides, she hissed in a firm, snake-like voice. I know my family tree, and you're not in it. She looked at him closely. Thank the gods for small blessings. Although, you definitely look related to me much as I hate to admit it. Not in your tree. Oh well, nice to meet you. It was... Rare was the time when one met such an interesting character. Charming girl, firm-minded. Maybe another time. If he managed to learn the secret behind this kind of time jump, he could return, and... But that was in the future or the past. The pleasure is all yours, she answered bitterly. There was no way she was going to be friendly to anyone out to hurt her Ratiko. Skyride crossed her fingers behind her back, mainly for luck. This man was dangerous, but Childra was safe, and the Lord's own rat hadn't set off warning bells, so he must be alright. Jansen was tough, and trained to fight. She could protect her darling if need be. She must. Miss, I simply do not understand your hostility. And I would like to know more of yours. Again, that venomous tone. More. Of mine? I have no idea what you're going on about. Does the name Hibiki mean anything to you? This girl was involved with that family. Alright then, Madame Gosankuji. You've just bought yourself another 5 minutes of life. Perhaps, answered Muhashin. And to yourself? I don't suppose you. Gosling. Get back here, we're gonna try something. Yelled Childra as she emerged from the front doors of the dorm. Ryo couldn't help but wince at his newfound nickname. Hey, I see you've met Mudkin. Mudkin? Asked Gosling, sounding amused. That's just what she calls me, said Skyride, smiling a bit nervously and waving at Childra. Could it be Jansen didn't know about this monster? My, what are you two doing? Asked Childra. Just talking, said Muhashin, easing into his Ryogo Sankuji persona once more. He flashed a sly look at Skyride, who suddenly felt uncomfortable. Yeah. Talking, said Skyride. She wanted to warn her, tell her what she'd sensed, but it was too dangerous. That was no ordinary umbrella, and this was no ordinary person. One false move when the archaeologist was unprepared, and... Let's just say her ghost sight would get some use. Better to trust Childra to do what she had to when the time came. At least, her awards assured her that nothing had gone seriously wrong, not yet. If she couldn't work from that side, oh, maybe it was time to try something from the other end of the problem. Well, come back up once you're done, okay? Children went back inside the doors. Goodness, I really must be going, said Muhashin, snapping back out of his Ryo Saotome mode once Children disappeared. Not so quickly, oh evil relative of mine, thought Scaride. She stepped towards him, her eyes two narrow slits. This would take some doing, but she thought she had it right. Just remember, lay a hand on Ratiko, and I know that Childra will make sure you're unable to lay a hand on anything after that. This girl knew Ratiko, and she seemed to be emotionally attached to him. How very interesting. Is that so? Asked Muhashin. That is so. And if she doesn't get to you, He was looking at her expectantly, with a strong hint of boredom. Mudkin closed her eyes, and the air around her began to glow slightly, then gradually growing in intensity. In a few seconds, her form was surrounded by a cone of purple fire. She opened her eyes. Lilac, just like that amnesiacs, thought Ryo. Interesting. Maybe there's a connection. Maybe not. Who knows? Or, she said, I'll deal with you myself. Muhashin raised an eyebrow, duly impressed with the sudden display of power that this girl showed. His gut instinct, however, was feeling rather smug. He still sensed the taint of fear on this descendant of Gosankuzi. She wanted to make him think she was confident, but she hadn't counted on his unusual sensory capabilities. He decided to push things further, just for amusement. Muhashin grinned and stepped back a bit, raising the curved handle of his umbrella in a salute. We'll meet again, he said. You'd better hope we don't. And, Miss? Mudkin raised a questioning eyebrow, as Muhashin grinned. You're not the only one who can pull off a light show. His umbrella handle flickered with key energy, and Scaride stepped back, alarmed. She felt a cold shiver down her spine as her latest spell, which she used to find her away in the dark, dissolved around her. In a universe of infinite alternatives, there were some pretty bad possibilities. What if he was a super Gosankuzi, tainted by evil? His aura certainly reeked of malevolence, and that glow. That was no fireworks display. It was key. She could smell it. Pure spiritual energy, powered by emotions. Dark ones, in his case. Trouble. What if there was another _whole_ collective run by evil Gosankuzis? What on earth was that man? Deity. Be seeing you, he said, closing the doors. Once this mess was all sorted out, he thought, once he disposed of whoever needed to be disposed of, and he had his hands on the secret of time travel, he might try to see her again. Quite the woman she turned out to be. Who'd have ever thought Ghost had it in him to generate such a descendant? It was almost a pity to have had to treat her like that, but Still, it's good to put people in their place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ishido stared at Muhashin as he entered the dorm. Alarm bells went off in his mind. He was skinny, pale, and was twirling an umbrella that had a blade at the tip of it. This, he told himself, was not Gosankuji. You, he yelled. Me? Muhashin asked, timidly. Ishido sprang forward and swung at Muhashin, punching him in the face, then the gut, and then flung him across the room. Muhashin landed in a heap, making sure that he looked like he was more hurt than he actually was. Stuntman would have been proud of his work. When this charade is over, thought Muhashin, he dies. Finally, Ratiko and Childra held him back. What the heck are you doing? Yelled Childra at him. That's the psychopath. Ow! Whined Muhashin, weakly. I'm hurt. Does that look like a psychopath to you? She said, pointing to a whining Muhashin holding his face and stomach in pain. Yes, it does. Ishido. Stop it! Yelled Ratiko. Does that skinny? Muhashin paused. No. Scrawny. Muhashin tried not to fume. Little guy. This, he felt, was getting ridiculously insulting. He dies later, slowly and painfully. Looked like he could even hurt a fly. I don't think so. He dies a dog's death. Entrails scattered. Besides, didn't you see yourself that your memory was hazy? Well, yes. Then, reasoned Childra, might you not be mistaken about this? But, then who is that guy? He's Ryo Saotome, son of Yukayu and Ikarugo Saotome, said Childra. And what about that umbrella? Huh? Started Muhashin, rather Gosankuji-ish. His dad died early and his mother remarried to Ryuga, who taught him how to use an umbrella, said Children in one long breath. Okay. Muhashin nodded frantically. Well, okay. Maybe I am confused. He looked at Muhashin and said, sorry about that. In the back of his mind, Ishido still had his suspicions. It's alright, stammered Gosling. Ishido struck him down. Ishido struck him down. He wouldn't let Ishido get away with that. He will die there, see? Said Childra, stroking Ishido's hair. You really shouldn't really be so paranoid, darling. Ishido blushed, rather badly too. Childra wanted to get them all together to try another reality jump, hopefully to bring Gosling back. Then they could start time jumping to her heart's content. Ratiko's mind was churning a bit. Hibiki minds tend to do that when there's something nagging at the edge of their intelligence. He'd been replaying the events of the last day and finally realized what it was. Suddenly, he had the very strong desire to go somewhere. Childra. We've got to go back, roared Ratiko. Great-grandmother won't. He didn't get to finish the statement, as the four of them disappeared in an azure blink of light. Ratiko was wanting to go back to 1996 Niruma, fearing that Ryuga had not fallen in love with Yukayu. Ishido's constant fear of grand conspiracies was up and running again. Childra was taken entirely by surprise. And Ryo Saotome? He was thinking of destruction. Ryo walked the streets with Hibiki, holding her hand for several reasons. One reason was that he was still afraid that the Chrono's organization was still running rampant, despite the destruction of all the Chrono's bases a few months back, and he was afraid they'd try to kidnap her. Secondly, if he didn't hold her hand, he'd get lost. And the third reason was, simply, because he was in love with her. They'd had a day out, looking around malls, watching a movie, and actually relaxing for the first time in years. Ryo actually thought that his life might finally be normal again. As they walked home, Hibiki leaned on Ryo's shoulder, snuggling somewhat. "Nice day, wasn't it?" she asked. "Yeah." Just outside of the dojo, there was a flash of light, and four disoriented young people dropped to the ground. Childra realized what happened, and strongly resisted the urge to club Ratiko over the head. We're back?" asked Ishido. "Looks like it," said Childra. "Well, there's the dojo. Let's get back inside," said Ishido eagerly, feeling his paranoia nag at him. The four entered the gates, and all but Saotome went into the house. "Just wanna enjoy the weather a bit," he said. "Hello? Anybody home?" yelled Ratiko. They looked around, and the place seemed to be empty and different. Nobody could say exactly what, but there was something different about the place. Ryo Saotome, now alone, twirled his umbrella a bit, pondering his next move. He wasn't sure what was causing the reality shifts. If it was a person, he'd have to see about gaining their company operation, by any means necessary. If it was an object, well, things would be much easier. He did a few katas with his umbrella, slashing high, slashing low, and stabbing. Then he heard the front gates open. Hibiki entered the gates, followed by Ryo. Saotome turned and looked at them. He grinned. Ryo pulled Hibiki behind him. "Who the hell are you?" he yelled. Saotome thought for a moment. Well, one Ryo is as good as another, he decided, and started to advance on Ryo, grinning wickedly and twirling his umbrella, which started to glow at both ends. "And guard!" Saotome charged at Ryo, brandishing his umbrella menacingly. "Hibiki, get back!" "Ryo, be careful." "Gee, you idea." What happened next was rather hard for Saotome to believe. Childra, Ishido, and Ratiko sat in the living room, watching television and wondering exactly what was different here. "I just got this feeling something's different," said Ishido. "Same here, kinda," said Childra. "Nagging feeling, I guess," said Ratiko. Then they heard a yell and some frantic footsteps. Saotome dug in through the back porch, looking behind himself and rather panic-stricken. He scrambled to Childra, put a hand on her shoulder, and said in a low but urgent tone, "We should leave, _now_." "What's?" she asked, but didn't get to finish as a figure stomped into the room. "Leave the United States alone," yelled the figure, covered in some strange sort of alien armor. He raised a hand and some very nasty blades popped out. Ryo Saotome's desire to leave at that moment became very strong. "Just leave to somewhere safe . In a flash of light, he and Childra vanished, leaving behind a shimmering glow. Alarmed at their departure, and at the armored menace whose chest suddenly opened to reveal something that looked like laser cannons, Ishido and Ratiko dived into the shimmering light. Enraged that his foes disappeared, Ryuga fired a massive blast of energy into the shimmering portal as it disappeared. Well, the scenery is nice, mused Gosling. "Can't say that the scenery is bad." "No," agreed Childra. "I hate it," muttered Ratiko. His shirt was singed, as if hit by an energy blast. "What's his problem?" asked Ishido. The side of his hair was also singed a little. "He's got a slight water phobia," explained Childra. "Ah, I see." Mohashin filed that bit of information away in his memory for use at a later time. The four sat under the shade of a rather large tree, on an apparently deserted island. Further away, another tree was smoking, apparently hit by a large energy blast. Children sighed. She liked this place. "Well, as much as I hate to say it, we can't stay here forever." "We can't? I like it here," said Ishido. "After all, how could they whoever they are? He didn't find him here." I know, and as much as I'd like to stay here with you," said Children in a sultry voice, "well, maybe later, darling." She winked. Ishido laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. For once in his life, he was relaxed, knowing that nobody was out to kill him out there. Childra was thinking of Ishido. Ratiko just wanted to get back to his great-grandfather. Badly. Ryo was still mulling over and worrying about the possibilities of an infinite universe, with infinite Ryugas, and infinite Ryos. The four of them disappeared in a flare of azure light. Moments later, the escaper. "Look! Footprints! Gosh, little buddy, you're right. Let's have a look around." This was Tokyo. A bustling, crowded town filled with skyscrapers on every block, reducing the populace to scrying ants below. Everywhere one could look, it was tall grey giants everywhere, with crowded alleys and streets below. In between two of the giants, behind a few barricades, in a dark alley, a bright light flickered, and four young people popped into existence. "Hey, did you see that?" asked Ken Ryuga Yagami. "See what?" wondered Adam Ryuga Akarai. "Blue glow, from that alley. Isn't that the area we're about to do some construction and repairs on?" asked Kasumi. "Call crew 4 over here. It might be those Ministry of Confusion thugs again." "Oh great, where are we now?" asked Ishido. Mohashin whistled. He saw a movie once, called Brazil, and this reminded him of it, very much so. He loved it. Tall, steel buildings that screamed of big business and industry. Ratiko looked around nervously. Not because of the scenery, but because the skies were overcast with dark rain clouds. Well, we're definitely not back in Mirima, stated Childra. Then a pack of people walked into the alley. They were in all in gray uniforms, and most of them were quite irritable. Ratiko was stunned. Childra was speechless. Ishido's paranoia kicked in at full strength. Mohashin was frozen in place. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing here? Asked Ryuga. This area is marked off for construction, yelled another. It's been a while since I trashed somebody, muttered yet another Ryuga. The pack of Ryugas muttered an agreement and approached with definite hostile intentions. When a Hibiki get upset, someone usually gets hurt. When a pack of Hibikis gets upset, someone is in trouble. These Hibikis were having a bad day already, and they weren't given a chance to vent their frustrations. Yet, Childra nervously asked Ratiko, why is there an angry mob of my great-grandfathers approaching us? Do you really expect me to know? Hissed Childra. I'm in hell, thought Mohashin. Wait. A rather feminine voice yelled. No fighting now, boys. We don't need any more property damage, chimed in another one, identical to the one before it. Two figures stepped through the hordes and stood between them and the four. They were apparently Kasumi. Both of them. Kasumi? Stuttered Ratiko. Oh, this is too much for me, said Childra. Ishido was feeling incredibly at unease. This was a rather unbelievable conspiracy in action. Apparently, Ryugas and Kasumis have taken over the world. Mohashin stared, as if mesmerized, at the two women that appeared. Childra glanced around at her companions to check on their mental state. Ratiko and Ishido were mentally reeling, but why did Gosling have that strange, almost sentimental look on his face? This wouldn't do. There'd be nothing gained here and they were in trouble already. We're leaving, she muttered, and concentrated hard. No. Wait, said Mohashin, but he was already fading out of that reality, along with the rest of them. Teleportation? Asked Ryuga. I didn't know we had that technology. We don't, but who knows, maybe the Ministry of Peace is up to something again. But Kodakai isn't in charge of that bunch anymore. Who knows, you just can't trust government. Asterisk. It should be noted at this point that a Hibiki and a device that can transport people to any place and any time is a navigational disaster waiting to happen. It's much like putting a magnet on a really sensitive electronic device, or like putting a mallet to a compass. Either way, the results afterwards are bound to be messy. London, 1892. It was one of those nights. The kind of nights where families hide away in their homes, the shady seek shelter in warm taverns, and the street urchins pray they make it through the night. In one darkened, fog-enclosed alley, a speck of blue light flickered, Suddenly, the light expanded into a huge sphere, then just as suddenly disappeared, leaving 4 dazed youths. "Where the heck are we now?" grumbled Ratiko. Before anyone could ask, there was a shout, then whistles. The sound of footsteps rushing their way made the group panic. Ishido's eyes went wild. "They're here. They're after me again." Looking around in panic, he bolted into the fog. Childra cursed under her breath, racing after him. Before Ratiko could protest her departure, dim figures could be seen marching into the alley from one side. Mohashi narrowed his eyes, sensing an uncomfortable situation, and sprang up to the rooftops. Ratiko, now alone, fled into the fog, panic running through him. Ratiko shambled through the fog and the cobblestone streets, sometimes tripping on the somewhat damp street, but always scrambling ever forwards, fearing he'd be lost and alone in this strange and very unfriendly-looking city. Childra. Ishido. Goes. Wait for me. Unfortunately for him, they seemed to be long gone, and now he was alone. Not quite alone. There were quite a few gay people around, dressed in really old-fashioned clothing, and staring at him. He turned to one person, grabbing him by the wrist, and asked, "Excuse me, do you know how I can get to Japan?" The person merely pushed him away, seemingly alarmed, and screamed one of the few words Ratiko knew in English. "Police! Police!" Ratiko tailed. What did he do? He didn't know, but he decided not to stick around and find out. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. He stood there, watching them go by in the daylight. Watching them go by and stopped in the daylight. The godless hell-spawned good-for-nothing slut-whorish bitches that just paraded around. How did it go? How did it go? How did it go? The funny little rhyme he wrote some years back. 8 little whores, with no hope of heaven. Except this time there shall be more than 8. Oh yes, old boss ought to be thrilled now. Dear old Jack the lad is back. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Gosling strolled calmly through the streets, figuring out slowly what was happening at the moment. From the events in recent hours he knew that he was a time-traveling reality skipping MC lost. As to his current situation, he was obviously in the barbarian lands B with people that spoke English, a language he fortunately had some practice with and see back quite a few years. Perhaps the 1800s, he guessed. With that in mind, he knew that his current attire would be passable for a while, at least. White t-shirt, and black pants, both loose, and some Italian shoes he had bought from an import store. All he needed was a jacket of some sort, and something to hide his face, since he knew the barbarians were quite paranoid of foreigners in this day and age. But first, a drink. He hadn't had any caffeine-tainted drinks in a while and it was beginning to affect him. Now where to find a drink? Ah, there was a quaint little bar right over there. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It was a quiet night in the tavern, except for the drinks. But he had no right to do that. Mark, drunkenly bellowed one man, lean, with round glasses and semi-long hair. Shut your bloody trap, Nigel, I'll do as I please, bellowed another, obviously Mark. But you should have asked **** first. Mohashin sat in a corner, growing irritated by the ambience that they were generating. The 6 cups of caffeine he failed to get wasn't helping him stay calm either. He didn't have any of the local currency. He glared at the offending drunk, the one named Mark, and also realized something. It seemed that his jacket probably would be a perfect fit. And that hat. And those glasses. As Mark left the bar, unsteadily, Mohashin walked after, whistling a merry little tune and twirling his umbrella in a happy manner. ****. A few moments later, Mohashin entered, wearing a dress shirt instead of his t-shirt, with an old-fashioned tie around the neck, and an overcoat made of wool covering him from neck to ankle. Atop his head was a grey bowler hat. His eyes were hidden by thick large circular glasses. Perfect. A pitcher of tea, miss. Ishido sat, gazed, confused, and scared, at the edge of an alley. He had just gotten through running what felt like 100 miles, with them everywhere. The programming and his conditioning had been keeping him just fine so far, but he was finally near his limits. Hey! You! Move along now! Get going! Ishido stared at the strange man with fright. It was one of them, again, in a disguise this time. They'd found him, again. But why were they speaking in a language he didn't understand? Get away from me. Leave me alone. The man pulled out a baton, menacingly. I said, leave me alone. He focused his energies on his fist, which began to glow with red flames. What the bloody hell? Ryo. Ishido slammed the glowing fist into the man, who was sent flying across the street. People passing by began to scream and point, and the sound of them blowing their whistles and screaming at him returned. Freeze me game, the thought buzzed in Ishido's brain over and over as he saw the figures hidden in the fog chase him down constantly. Wherever he went, whenever he went, it slowly dawned on him, there was _no escape. As he turned to an alley, he found much to his horror that it was a dead end. He turned around in time to see half a dozen figures in uniform wielding batons. They were yelling angrily in some language he didn't understand. He did understand the way they were holding those batons. No! They won't catch me. No. Ishido raised his hands, a sphere of ki glowing and growing between them, and bellowed, Dan. Ratiko huffed and puffed, taking a rest from his nearly constant running. Everywhere he turned, every face he saw, it turned out to be a hostile or frightened one. What was wrong with these people? Another problem edged into his mind. Where, exactly, was he to rest? Nightfall was here already, and he knew he couldn't roam the streets all night. _ deity. H-E-L-P exclamation point underscore he screamed in his head. Suddenly, a strange glow lit up a part of the night sky, and he heard someone yelling. It didn't matter to him, oh, for in the direction of the glow, he saw his salvation, and blinked. I guess they really do listen when you call on them. Asterisk 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 the lane in Spain falls mainly in the brain practiced Mahashin, trying to get the British accent just right. Cursing himself, he gave the line another try. The rain in Spain falls mainly in the brain. Plain. Ah, much better indeed. He ignored the strange looks people were giving him as he strolled down some street he didn't know anything about. Why he was heading in that direction was another thing entirely. That way lead to the docks, he knew. He could sense that certain peculiar humidity that only a dock area could generate. And where there's docks, there's people from all corners of the earth. Maybe even a contingent from Japan. He'd settle for Chinese at the moment too. A cup of tea. Cup of tea. Cup of tea. His instincts alerted him of something approaching fast, and he looked around anxiously, seeing very little in the dark of the night and the unrelenting fog. But he heard footsteps. Suddenly, from out of the fog, a familiar figure streaked towards him. Gosling lowered his glasses and focused, and grinned. Ishido. You troublemaker you. And the police right behind you. He twirled his umbrella, bringing the curved handle up to the front, and began concentrating his key. Ishido turned the corner, with an army of them right behind him. He blasted some of them down, but more and more of them came. They just wouldn't stop. He ran as fast as he could down the street, when a nagging feeling beyond the paranoia and fear he already had began to tug at him. Something was wrong. But he didn't have time to check. They were right behind him. Just run away. Can't stop. Suddenly, he felt something strike him at his legs, sending him tumbling down. A key blast. Looking around, dazed, he saw them piling up on top of him, raining down 1,000 blows with nightsticks before he could get up and into a proper defensive position. The programming wouldn't kick in _why won't the programming kick in !_ as he struggled to crawl away from them. A few blows to the head later, he collapsed on the floor, his fighting spirit exhausted. He could do nothing more than watch as they restrained him in handcuffs and dragged him away. Then, just before they tossed him into a wagon of some sort, he saw it. That thick glasses, overcoat. It didn't hide who was under there, to him. A skinny young man with large eyes, twirling an umbrella in one hand, waving goodbye with the other, and grinning like a jackal. "Oh, he yelled, trying to find one last ounce of strength to get over there and strike him down once and for all. A few police baton strikes later, he was beyond caring. Mahashin sighed in satisfaction, a job well done. Poor Ishido. Whoever the hell he was. It was annoying already that he knew enough to blow his cover. If that Ishido was indeed a face from his future, it must be quite an unpleasant one. Now, back to practice. Some more conventional phrases. You bloody arsehole. You bloody arsehole. Shut up, you wanker. Shut up, you wanker. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wasn't perfect, thought Ratiko, but it was at the very least a very peaceful, quiet spot where he could get some much-deserved rest. At the moment, he was actually a she. A female fruit bat, to be exact. He'd crept into the old church, amazingly undetected, and eventually made his way to the roof, where the bell tower was. He heard that bats hung around in bell towers, so he guessed that he'd be rather inconspicuous there. In the corner of the tower his gear was stashed, while he used a little water that they left lying around in the church to transform. And so that's how he was at his current position, hanging upside down, in a nice, peaceful, quiet bell tower. Asterisk D-I-I-I-I-I-N asterisk D-O-O-O-O-O-N-G asterisk D-I-I-I-I-I-N asterisk D-O-O-O-O-O-N-G asterisk 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 asterisk. In a small, isolated alley, there was a man attending to his business. A most righteous business, if anyone asked him. He cut, slowly, around the curves of her skin. Cut, with a surgeon's precision, peeling away the lies of her beauty until the real her was shown. The bloody, dirty, filthy bitch slew to her. But before he left her, he had to have a souvenir. And so he cut. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a modest amount of tea and biscuits in him, Mohashian's mood was a little lighter. Now that nourishment was out of the way, lodgings for the night had to be attended to. And that would cost more money. And that, it seemed to him, would require another robbery. He sighed, disliking the task. It was so petty. Murder for hire was so much more profitable, obviously. Robbery was a gamble. What if they had nothing? Then he committed a crime, possibly risking the punishments, but getting no rewards at all. He had to pick his target carefully. He sprung to the rooftops, spying the empty streets below, waiting for the perfect target. Soon after, a young lady walked by. No good. They can scream fast, it attracts too much attention, and she doesn't look well to do at all. A drunkard walked by, but no, he looked poor as well. Too bad, drunks made for easy prey. Here's the fellow. His clothes were fairly clean, and in good shape as well. He appeared to be a gentleman in his 30s perhaps, walking with nervousness, clutching a bag of some sort. Yes, much nervousness. Maybe a sign he's carrying a little too much money in his pockets. Or something more valuable. Oh yes, this one would do. Mohashin stalked his prey until he was walking along a row of warehouses by the docks. If worse came to worse, he could toss him into the river, but he hoped this would be a clean robbery. He leapt, snapping open his umbrella, and glided down a few feet behind the unsuspecting target. Snapping his umbrella shut, He quietly stalked his target further, until he was within striking distance, then snuck silently behind the man. He pressed the blade of the umbrella to his back. Hands up. The man froze. Put your hands up. Give me your money. Now. With an alarming quickness, the stranger whirled around, away from the umbrella blade, and lunged wildly with a long, wicked knife. Mohashin frowned, not appreciating the uncooperativeness of the fellow, and promptly slashed his arm, his knee, and his forehead in a few blazingly quick strokes. No deadly cuts, but very incapacitating ones. To his surprise, the man still did not cry for help. "Well, let's see what we have got, HM," he said to himself, calming the man down by kicking him in the back of the head. The jacket had a few items that looked like currency. Good, good. A pocket watch as well, very nice. Now about this doctor's bag. He opened it up, finding some miscellaneous metal instruments. All bloody. He wondered about that briefly, then saw a jar. Oh. Now this is disgusting. The man blinked, groggily. Then he felt panic. Who was this that was handling his items? His tools? His weaponry of his holy crusade? How dare he? Mohashin stepped back in surprise as the map grabbed his knife once more with the uninjured arm and swung at him. Mohashin fixed the situation by slashing the other arm, then pulled the fellow into the river. Would he drown? Would he swim? Mohashin didn't care. Stupid games. And so, the glorious return of Jack the Ripper took an unexpected turn, and ended with a gurgle, instead of a bang. Asterisk 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 from the notes of Inspector Macian AUGHTN. The witness, a Miss Elizabeth Marshall of about 35 years of age and with family, had described seeing upon the night of September 24, 1892, was walking home late at night when she heard sounds of a struggle nearby and a splash. She had peered carefully and seen in darkness a man, approximately 5 feet and 6 inches in height, wearing a cloth hat of some sort, perhaps a bowler, dark overcoat, with large glasses. He held in hand a large knife of sorts and a jar. Upon seeing the lady, the man had sprung away, up over the rooftops. Spring-heeled Jack. Upon further examination of the knife, it was covered in blood and had quite many fingerprints upon it. The doctor's bag, found lying nearby, also had many medical instruments, also bloody. Upon the jar was found a liver, preserved in wine. Later that night, the body of a Miss Irene Davenport was found in Wilmot Alley. She was strangled and dissected in methods which shall be covered in detail in the autopsy report. However, in general, the techniques were very much reminiscent of a previous case that began in the year of 1888, and was presumed ended. Could the Ripper be back? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The next morning, Ratiko woke up in a rotten mood. If one was to ask, he'd say woke up would be an exaggeration. Every hour, on the hour, Asterisk DIIN asterisk DOONG asterisk DIIN asterisk DOONG asterisk over and over and over. His sleep was ruined every hour, and what little rest that he did get wasn't nearly enough. When he closed his eyes, he heard bells, bells, bells. It wasn't so much that he woke up, as he gave up on passing out in intervals. He squeaked, tried to sigh, and made his way around the church, looking for a possible source of hot water. Asterisk 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 Mahashin woke up in a sour mood. He felt ill after realizing what was in that jar, and worse yet, he still didn't have enough money for lodgings. Paying with blood-stained currency would probably not go well with the natives, and thus, he spent the night next to a chimney on the roof. His back was sore, and the sight of the sun as the first thing in the morning was not something he enjoyed. He rose, stretching to get all those sore spots out of his back, and gave himself a look over, making sure no blood was on his clothing. He had a bad feeling that he was now a murder suspect, and he didn't really want that. Oh well. Let's see what we can find in the docks. Perhaps a passage to Japan? Asterisk 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 Ishido woke up in a sour mood. He had recovered from last night's beating, and the beating he took when they brought him to the building, and the attempted beating his cellmate who was currently in a bludgeon-induced sleep himself had tried to give him. The reason he was annoyed was because they were back, yelling in their foreign tongue that he didn't understand, prodding him up on his feet. If his hands weren't bound, he knew he could beat them all. Where's this one headed to, eh? Think he's going to the sanatorium? The island good. He should have seen what the bloody bastard did last night. What? He bloody Jack the Ripper or something? No, he bloody blasted down a bunch of fellas in a flashlight. What? He been drinking again, Tom? Don't deny it. Asterisk 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 Ratiko wandered for any Hibiki. There was no other way to travel through the alien town, feeling a hunch that he should follow his instincts for once. After a few minutes he found himself in a dock amongst several large ships and a swarming crowd of people. Amongst the noises, he thought he recognized Chinese. He knew Chinese. Well, he knew Chinese better than English. What that meant was basically that he flunked Chinese with a higher grade than what he flunked English with. He approached one gathering of people, all appearing to be from China, and asked, "Excuse, Chunya Duck Spring?" The Chinese stared at him like he was an idiot. "Maybe he's Japanese," wondered one of them. "No, he's an idiot. Japanese. I'm Japanese," said Ratiko, jumping up and down happily. "Well, I guess he's Japanese. He could be an idiot anyways. Oh well, let's see what he wants. I know a little Japanese. What do you need?" Before he could say anything, Ratiko's stomach growled. "Oh, you want food?" the man guessed. "You go beg for money. It done all the time." And with that, they ignored him again. "What'd you tell him?" "He was hungry. I told him to beg." "Man, that's cruel. You think he's gonna do it? Money. Want money. Need money. Give money. Northeast. God, that's pathetic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mahashin wrinkled his nose at the wretched smell of the docks. The waters were absolutely filthy with pollution, and the smokestacks didn't help much either. What he was looking for was a passage to Japan, but where? Where does one look? Want money. For a passage. Need money. To Japan. Give money. Northeast. Mahashin started cursing under his breath in English, of course, to fit in, with much bloody and sodden and wanker talk used, and wondered who on earth was making that ridiculous noise. It was absolutely pathetic, whatever it was. As he snaked through the crowds, he saw who it was. Ratiko. Mahashin at the Hibiki with scorn. What was this? Reduced to begging for money in the street. This was the genetic heir to his great and fearsome foe. This must be a fluke. Mahashin edged his way through the crowds, fighting for minutes through the swarming people, trying to reach him, when Ratiko suddenly bolted into the buildings, and was soon out of sight of him. He found himself disoriented in a sea of humanity. How sickening! A Hibiki gets semi-lost, he thought scornfully. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Childra. Where have you been? Tell you later, lad, mumbled Childra as the two of them squeezed into a door frame. Just be quiet or the police will get us. But SHH. She slapped a hand over his mouth, stifling his brief cry of pain, as two men dressed in police uniforms strolled by, walking with what looked like a civilian in a brown long jacket, hat, and tobacco pipe, and a more elderly gentleman in grey clothes. She recognized them as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, mainly because she'd had to deal with them before. She didn't want to deal with them now. What's that? You say the Ripper is back? Said Holmes, sounding doubtful. Yes, Mr. Holmes. A Miss Irene Davenport, down at Wilmot Alley. Witnesses? Yes, sir. We have a witness in custody right now. Says she saw the man with the murder weapon dash off. Well, no use mulling over it until I see more facts, said Holmes. Let's head to the station, shall we? Now, Gregson, you were saying? We've incarcerated a most peculiar individual last night. I was wondering if you could perhaps shed some light on his modus operandi. Oh? Describe this fellow again? Asked Holmes. He's an Oriental fellow of some sort, dressed most raggedly. One of our men tried to arrest him for vagrancy when, and you shan't believe this, the man began glowing red. Quite a few witnesses testified to him somehow creating a burst of light as well. Perhaps he's a pyrotechnician of some sort. A possibility, Gregson, a possibility, but only that. It is a capital mistake to theorize in advance of the evidence, replied Holmes. Where is he being held? The station, I assume? Or have you already moved him to the sanatorium? As a matter of fact, we were going to send him to the sanatorium. Seems he's out of his mind. Just babbles, sneers, and struggles to get out of his bonds. When will he be moved? Inquired Holmes. Before nightfall, I should think. Hopefully within the next 2 hours. I think I shall have a talk with our little pyrotechnic friend. Ah, there's our cab. To the station. From their hideout in the alley, Childra and Ratiko peeked out cautiously. Are they gone? Asked Ratiko. Yeah, they're gone. Children sighed wearily. Blast it all. Ishido got himself caught. What? Those were police. They were talking about how they caught Ishido. Great. Just great. Well, what'll we do now? Children scowled. Gosh rat, I don't know. Rescue him, maybe? Asterisk 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 asterisk. An hour later, Childra and Ratiko stood near the police station, trying to stay inconspicuous. They were both reading newspapers and leaning against a wall a block away from the station, keeping an eye out for any carriages that passed by. Ratiko, hissed Childra. What? You're holding your newspaper upside down. Oh. They waited and watched until finally they saw him. Ishido looked ragged. It was obvious that they'd beaten him, but somehow he seemed to have recovered, because he seemed fully alert and awake. Childra, hissed Ratiko. I see him, Rat. What'll we do? Childra worked out the problem in her head as Ishido was dragged, in chains, into a wagon. Ratiko. What? Get ready to run. What? Childra, what are you? We're going to hitch a ride. Now come on, walk this way. The coach driver noticed something was wrong. It all started when the people he was driving by wandered to the back of his wagon, chattering and waving. He thought perhaps the citizenry was on its moronic streak again and drove on. After a few more miles, he felt something at the back of his neck. Something very solid. Do not turn around, said a female voice, accented in German. What I want? Drive. Where to, miss? Drive to Blackfriars. Childra, where are we going to? Blackfriars. It's a fairly quiet part of town. We should be able to hide there without trouble. Well, hope you're right. Trust me. And what about that Gosankuji guy? Wondered Ratiko. Childra's face fell from one of confidence to one of fatigue. It's always something. I guess we'll have to find him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mahashin peered from the rooftops, not pleased with the turn of events thus far. He guessed that his face would be on wanted posters soon enough if that woman had a good enough look at him. He should have silenced her. Should have. But no. He wasn't an indiscriminate killer. Actually, he wasn't a killer. He could get rather mean, but he'd never consciously made an attempt to kill anyone. Just severely impede them. He couldn't stay here. There wouldn't be another Jackie Chan film made in Almost 100 years. The sound of hooves snapped him out of his contemplation, and he gazed down, much like a vulture, to see what was about. Then he smiled. "Oh, what's this? He crowed. Below, he saw a carriage approaching rapidly, with a rather nervous-looking driver. The reason he was nervous was obvious. He had a rather large stick aimed at his skull. And who was holding that weapon? Childra, I'll call you Goslin Jansen. My. He sensed a profiteer's spirit in her, and so what else could be in that carriage but some rather interesting loot? He tossed off the clothes that he borrowed, opened his umbrella and glided downward, timing his descent just right. "We're almost there," said Childra. "Hey, what's that?" wondered Ratiko. "What's what?" asked Childra. Ratiko wanted behind them and upwards. "What's the *UGH*? Childra turned around, surprised to see Gosling land, his feet right on Ratiko's face. "Oh, sorry about that," he said timidly, while fumbling to close his umbrella. "Hi guys, what's going on?" "We're making a getaway," said Childra. "Where have you been?" "Well, kinda lost," he said sheepishly. "Hey, sure you're not part Hibiki by blood?" teased Childra. Gosling grit his teeth, but tried to smile. Mumber, Mohashi met the policeman. That, to him, was excess baggage. Something had to be done. "What's that?" he yelled, cowering in terror. Childra and Ratiko turned around. In one smooth motion, Mohashi stepped forward and whacked the driver in the head, rendering him unconscious, and he quickly fell off and into the road. "What the?" started Childra, watching the officer's body bounce in the distance. Guess he fell off," said Gosling, with a genuinely puzzled look on his face. "Who was that guy? Anyone you know?" "No. Excess baggage, actually. It's better that he left." A few minutes later, they rode into a very desolate part of town. It seemed as if it should have been populated, but nobody was on the streets. "Ah, good old Blackfriars, as empty as ever," said Childra. "I think we can stop here." She brought the carriage to a stop, then walked towards the back, followed by Childra, Ratiko, and Gosling. "So, what've we got in the back?" asked Mohashi happily. "Gold? Money? Some interesting artifact?" Childra smashed the lock of the doors with her bow and swung open the doors. Going in carefully, she reached a hand forward. "Hey, it's okay, it's me, Childra." Suddenly, Gosling went a shade paler than usual. "It can't be." "No." Ishido was waiting. This world, this city, this place, it was crawling everywhere with them. He could break out now, but they would be there. They were always there. No, he'd wait, bide his time, until he saw the wild open country, then he'd break free. Then, for some reason, the carriage stopped. He felt a moment of hope. Could it be? Could someone have rescued him from them? The doors opened slowly, and light poured in. A figure, feminine in shape, reached out a hand towards him. "It's okay," Ishido. No, it wasn't. They were out there. It's me. Childra. Childra? The girl. Come on. It's okay. You can trust me. He reached out, carefully, holding her hand. Now come on. It's time to leave this place. Yes. Leave. That's good. He stepped out, holding her hand tight. Gosling watched nervously as Ishido stepped out of the carriage. His stomach sunk quickly at that sight and feared that Ishido might start acting up again. That was the last thing he needed. Ishido stepped out, holding Childra's hand. He squinted in the sunlight, then looked around. Finally, his gaze stopped on Muhashin. Hi. Gosling smiled nervously and waved. Ishido stared at him with narrow eyes. Ishido? Hey, come on. It's only Gosling, comforted Childra. That seemed to ease him, and he turned away from Gosling at last. Come on guys, let's see if our luck gets better, said Childra, as they were all enveloped in cerulean flame. Asterisk 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 Ryo Saotome sat in front of the television, fuming. There was no use searching Nirima. She was gone. Damn her. That Childra was gone, way gone, as in another reality entirely gone. Nope. No use pacing around the neighborhood. Instead, he tried something he didn't do often, lose himself in the harmonic messages of the television. It wasn't working. Hibiki was hogging the television, and at the moment she seemed to be in a literary mood, watching a special on Sherlock Holmes. Something about sharpening of the mind, she said. He blinked, wondering why they were treating Holmes as if he was a real character. He watched further, and apparently Sherlock Holmes was real in this reality. That was neat. He surrendered to the fact that the channel would not change, and watched. And so the case of the rat of Sumatra .. /rat_. Ratiko. No, couldn't be .. was solved, with the hanging of Neville Street .. Claire. However, modern criminologists believe that the true identity of Miss Krausinger was not that of Street .. Claire, but of a third party, yet unidentified .. On the screen was an police sketch of a familiar-looking girl, blonde, short hair. Childra. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* p.m. hours of sunset within a dark alley, a flash of blue light flared briefly, and 4 dazed individuals were left in its wake. They looked around, cautiously, then crept out of the alley slowly. Looks modern, but abandoned, observed Gosling. He's right, said Ratiko. There's streets and buildings everywhere, but no signs of people. Looks like they abandoned the place. Childra thought a moment. Could they have ended up in Chernobyl? It was the only case of abandoned city that she knew of. I'm gonna go get a better view, said Muhashin. He ascended a nearby fire escape slowly and cautiously, then stood at the top of a 3-story building, gazing around. We're near civilization, he called to the others below, because there's lots of light down that way, and I see some of them flying. How far from us? Asked Childra. Maybe 10 miles. 10 miles. Not a bad walk, but not a great walk, and everyone knew that Ishido needed time to recover. Rab probably did too, since he seemed to be twitching every now and then and muttering something about bells. Take a look inside that building, Gosling. If it's clear, I wanna take a rest in there. Okay. Be careful, she called out. We'll be looking around at the ground floors and working our way up. Careful, right? Call me Gosling some more and let's see who needs to be careful. Musashi made his way through a shattered window and entered. Through the dimness he could see rubble, bits of metal, newspapers, and a light switch. We couldn't be so lucky, mused Musashi as he cautiously reached for the switch. To his amazement, the lights turned on. Well, that's a surprise, he muttered. Gosling picked up a newspaper and read it, trying to discern when and where they were now. Mega Tokyo, 2034. Hey, Gosling, everything okay here? Asked Childra as she entered the room with Ishido and Ratiko. Well, we've got electricity. Hi, Childra. Yeah, seems clear. Take a look at this newspaper. 2034. Mega Tokyo? Well, it's better than London. We'll see about getting some supplies in the morning. For now, let's get some rest. Gino Tower. 4:30 a.m. Are all the boomers in place? Yes, sir. Observation cameras? They're ready to go. Sensors? All functional. All right then. Let's not screw this up. The old man's in a bad mood already. Fire him up. Nightsaber headquarters. 4:35 a.m. Three figures sat in a darkened living room while a fourth stood up next to a screen, flickering with data and details. Now, we know that someone inside Gino fled with a data disk containing some incriminating evidence approximately 20 hours ago. He was brought to police custody a while later, but without the disk. He demanded to make a deal with the police. An hour ago, he was killed. An image of a scrawny man, looking forever nervous, appeared on the screen. This was that man, Ken Fujisawa. He was a part of the research and development team looking into new forms of biomechanics. We don't know why he fled from Gino, but the bottom line is that he did. Lem guess, we're after his disc? Asked one brown-haired individual in biker gear. That's right, Pris. Any ideas where he hid it? Asked a red-haired girl in police uniform. I was about to get to that, Nene. The police picked him up on the outskirts of what's left of Aqua City. There's still quite a few abandoned buildings over there. If it's a standard Gino disc, it should have a beacon that can be sensed when you get within 200 meters of it. Anyone offering money for what's on that disc? Queried a girl with short black hair and a headband. No, Luna, at least not yet, said Suya. Only the police, us, and Gino know about this. But I'm sure that other parties will be interested later, if we decide to sell it. She looked at the clock, frowning. Well, let's move out. Best to search around while the city is asleep. Well, we were sleeping too a few minutes ago, grumbled Chris. Asterisk 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 4:53 a.m. Gosling awoke, something nagging at his senses. He looked around the dark room to check on his traveling companions. Childra was by the window, still asleep. Ratiko was a few feet away, snoring. And Ishido. He tensed up. Ishido was sitting up, next to Childra, as if watching over her. Unfortunately, the angle that Ishido was in made it unclear whether or not his eyes were open. Easy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, Ishido slept with his eyes open. Mohashin stood up carefully and made his way to the stairs. On the way there, he felt something underneath his feet that shone in the darkness briefly. Bending down, he picked it up and dusted it off. A disc of some sort. Pocketing the item, he made his way out into the darkness of the night. Gosling decided that a small walk was just the thing to relax his nerves. Ishido moved. He'd been awakened by the sound of movement, and his years on the run made him an incredibly light sleeper. He looked around and noticed that Gosling was gone. Of course, he was suspicious. Maybe his head was messed up, maybe he was wrong, but he felt strongly that Gosling was in fact Ryo Mohashin. Making sure that his possible enemy wasn't too near, Ishido crept out and tried to follow. By the time he stood on the street, however, Gosling was long gone. And then disaster struck. Asterisk 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 Chris turned her moto slave thrusters on as 6 blue C-55 combat boomers blazed in pursuit. She dodged and fired, taking a few out, while yelling in her microphone, "Shit. Suya, I thought this was just gonna be a simple look and find. Somebody gave me a hand. I single quote got my hands full to / replied Lina. / somebody help exclamation point / screamed Nene. / hold on Nene. I'm near you / replied Suya. Just great. Now somebody help me, growled Chris. Then, a blip appeared on his screen. Guys, I've got a trace on the disk. I'm going for it. / be careful, Chris / warned Suya. Aren't I always? / Chris, this is Lina. I've got the signal to see you there. / Right, just get over there. She zoomed by as a confused-looking young man stood in front of an abandoned building. The boomers opened fire with their cannons. She dodged left, and the building exploded. Asterisk 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 you there. Stay where you are. Asterisk Mohashin froze as several spotlights suddenly snapped open and aimed at him. A few blocks away, the sounds of battle raging a few blocks away. He couldn't see exactly what had those spotlights on him, but it was obviously humanoid, blue, and nearly 10 feet tall. Asterisk hand over the disc asterisk oh. Wait, he spun his umbrella nervously. That, he would think later, might have been a bad idea. Maybe it made them nervous. Asterisk open fire asterisk in the dark. He saw several red panels opening up, slowly glowing brighter. He jumped up and over them, just as the panels flared suddenly, and the wall where he stood before was reduced to rubble. The spotlights dimmed and his attackers were revealed. Androids. Big hulking androids of some sort. Not good. He did a quick check on a few things that were holding him back. No Childra in sight, no Ratiko, and no Ishido. Nothing to hold him back. Good. As he twisted in midair, he spun his umbrella, its curved handle beginning to glow a bright yellow. I can. He whipped his umbrella forward, and a boomerang-shaped wave of energy lashed out, smashing one of the androids in the head. It stumbled back and forth, while the others advanced. Mohashin gave them all examining glances, and grinned with glee at what he saw. He turned his umbrella to its blade point, laughing in the joy of finally being able to cut loose. What is this that I see? Well. BAKUSAI10KDSU. Ishido ducked as the blasts of light raced towards him and smashed into the building. He leaped away to a nearby rooftop, then watched in horror as the building crumbled and collapsed. Childra. She was still in there. The one that saved him. Childra. With the rage searing through him, he felt it coming back. His programming, slowly taking over him. Ishido's soul retreated to a small corner of his mind, while something else moved in. This time, he didn't fight it. As the boomers flew by, one of them paused, sensing an energy build-up. It stopped and turned, where it spotted a figure standing on a rooftop, surrounded by a mysterious energy field of bright red. Asterisk from a genome tower control room. Several eyes watched in amazement as two armored figures began cutting a path of destruction through the ranks of boomers. The door to the room opened suddenly, and a purple-haired lady with an aura of authority, Madigan, strode in, looking agitated that she had to be awakened so early in the morning. "What's our status?" she snapped as she took the command seat. "We've got the Night Sabers in pursuit, 30 C-55 boomers deployed to the site, and we've found the data disk," said one lackey. "And, well, it's in the possession of, well, we can't explain it. Take a look yourself, monitor 15. Madigan looked at the screen, and narrowed her eyes. "Also something, well, like it, on monitor 23. Mohashin spun in the air gracefully, landing in a dramatic pose on bent knee. Behind him, two boomers slowly turned around. "Did I forget to say? Bakusai Tenketsu?" A moment later, The armored plating on the robots exploded in a fury, spraying shrapnel, liquid, and smoke everywhere. When the explosion stopped, what was left was two armorless, shaking, sparking boomers, with their wiring and mechanics fully exposed and a lot of it damaged by the explosions. Mohashin took a moment to thank the Amazons whom he'd swiped the breaking point technique from. Without it, he knew he'd probably be dead at the moment, or running. The almost armorless android stumbled forward unsteadily, and he charged at them with glee, shouting, "Ganzai!" He launched himself in the air, slashing, cutting numerous tubes on one, then spearing through the head of the other with his umbrella. He landed, again, in dramatic fashion, as the two machines collapsed. As he turned away, he saw a figure in a blue armored suit blaze towards him, followed by 4 more androids. The berserker rage in him identified them immediately as more targets to maul, and gave them a predatory glare. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 armored figures sprinted across the rooftops, with a pack of boomers in hot pursuit. Nene. What? On the count of 3, jump high and aim for the one on the left. I want to start making the odds a little more fair. Right. On 3. 1. 2. What the hell is that? The 2 lightsabers jumped high as a maul-smoking wreck of a boomer was flung at them. The smoking mechanical corpse smashed into the pack of boomers, denting one of them and scattering the others into an unorganized pack. They all stared ahead, where a young man stood, looking full of fury and glowing an eerie shade of red stood. In one hand he held a boomer arm. The boomers all focused on him and began analyzing a plan of attack. Nene and Suya steered clear of both parties, as it became clear by the way the boomers were behaving that they'd decided to focus on the stranger instead. Nene, what is that thing? My scanners say he's just a human. That's odd. With a growl, the stranger flung the arm at them. They dodged to the left and kept their distance, which caused him to turn his focus to the 4 boomers, who the arm did hit. 2 of them opened their mouth cannons while the other 2 took to the skies in a huge jump. The stranger merely stood there defiantly, and his glow became brighter. "Suya, we've got to rescue that guy," said Nene. "No, wait. Something strange here." The boomers opened fire with their cannons and 2 beams of energy plowed through the air. The stranger held 2 arms up defensively, and a red shield emerged, deflecting the beams and sending it around him as if it was water flowing by a rock. He managed to hold his ground for a few seconds, then was knocked off his feet and blown back several meters. The boomers made odd mechanical sounds, as if cheering in victory. Then, suddenly, the stranger stood up and charged at them, yelling like a wild man. "He's still alive?" marveled Nene. She checked her scanners and found that the mystery figure was putting out incredible amounts of energy of some sort. Suya watched silently as Ishido charged on what appeared to be a suicide run. 1 boomer stepped forward and wound up a giant fist. The man brought his own back in an obvious attempt to trade punches. "He's crazy," said Nene. "He should've been dead already," said Suya. "Stay back. I think we're about to see something interesting." And Nene, runs your scans on him, every single one. With a battle cry of "Ryo Saotome," Ishido's fist flared with bright red light, and for a brief moment, it looked like it took the form of a giant wolf's paw. His punch slammed into the boomer's fist, shattering it. As it staggered back, he held both hands in front of him, the energy gathering in his two hands. "Ryo Saotome," was heard as he suddenly released a bolt of energy that punched through that first boomer and one other. Both collapsed in smoking heaps. The other two took a step back and analyzed their opponent. Meanwhile, Ishido's programming buzzed a warning. That shield took quite a lot of effort. He'd have to end this, hopefully in the next 30 minutes. His mind formulated the next steps, and he continued. Asterisk, 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 "Who are these people?" yelled Madigan. "What do the scanners say?" A nervous technician turned around in his seat. "Well, the one with the data disk is human. That can't be." The man jumps over boomers and his umbrella. "Well, the fabric on it is interesting, but everything else on it is ordinary metal. Our sensors must be faulty. You can't tell me you're not picking up anything on the other one." "Well, he's also human." Madigan scowled. "Explain that," she yelled as the figure blasted to boomers with a sudden flash of energy. Well, he generated a high amount of energy, but we don't know how he did it. And we don't see any portable generators on him. That kind of energy should burn him up. This is too interesting to pass up. Order the boomers to capture them as well. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chris turned around briefly to check on her pursuers, making sure she had a good lead on them. As she did that, the beeping of the data disk tracker got her attention. Apparently it was moving towards her. What? She turned around just in time to see a pale, skinny teen with a maniacal grin leap up and nail her on the helmet with something that was glowing. Stunned, she fell to the floor, then felt herself getting picked up. "Hey! What the hell are you doing?" "SHH, you'll ruin my concentration," the figure said. Before she could reply, he flung her away, and right into one of the boomers. She got up slowly, but the boomer's head was caved in. The three other boomers ignored Chris and charged at the stranger, who showed absolutely no signs of panic at all. "Chris! Hey, Lina, over here. What happened to you?" Lina helped Chris to her feet and looked her over for any severe damage. "Dunno. Some jerk hit me out of the air and flung me at him," she said, pointing to the wrecked boomer. "Must be some rival corporation boomer or something. If that's the case, let them slug it out. I'll just pick off the survivors." Lina looked to where Chris was indicating, where she saw the young man dance around the boomers, tapping them at points with the end of his umbrella every now and then, followed by inexplainable and violent explosions on the boomer's armor. She took an initial scan of him, and was surprised. Pris, that guy's human. That was Lena's first surprise. The second was that he was apparently dodging those boomer attacks with ease. The third was when one of the boomers started to explode. He's human, and he just destroyed a boomer. Pris, that can't be right. Your sensors are messed up. As they argued, another boomer shuddered as it exploded, leaving in its wake the raw skeleton of a boomer, with tubes mangled or leaking, and mechanical muscles left unprotected. The stranger slashed twice, his blade flaring with some undetectable energy, and the boomer collapsed on the floor, its guts and done. Pris. Lena? This is Suya. We've got a strange situation down here. Oh, can't be stranger than ours, said Lena. Their single quotes an ordinary human tearing down boomers here. Oh, you two. It can't be right, said Pris. No way. What should we do? Asked Lena. I don't know what on earth those things are. They look human, but they're obviously something different. Keep your distance, and see if you can reason with it. I'll do the same here. Okay, said Lena. Anything else? Where single quotes updated disk ? The humanoid things got it, said Lena. Not good. Be careful, you two . Of course, said Pris. He just took down 2 more boomers. Pris finally got to scanning the figure herself, as she muttered, "Oh shit, my sensors say he's human. And he's throwing a piece of that boomer at us. Look out." The pair opened fire and reduced the boomer to trash before it reached them. "Hey, where'd he go?" wondered Lena, before getting nailed by a flying jump kick. Mohashin regarded these two with some interest. They seemed to be more promising in terms of entertainment value than those large, clumsy monstrosities. He looked their armor over, and yes, as with the rest of the mechanist warriors around here, the robot seemed to be her, given its *M* attributes, and her companion's metal surface had breaking points all over it. "All right, fight time." Pris cracked her knuckles and charged in recklessly. She'd faced down Largo before, and this kid didn't look like any Largo. And as for the sensor readings, sensors could always be deceived. This was just another boomer. Pris. Wait. Lena chased after them as Pris pushed the stranger back quickly. Pris sent him retreating far with a thruster-assisted flying kick, followed by a quick series of punches, kicks, and sweeps. The umbrella-wielding stranger retreated quickly under the barrage, dodging most attacks, getting flung back far by the ones that he did block with his umbrella. Pris began wondering why he didn't attack when he suddenly jumped over her while she lashed out with a kick. She felt several light taps as he poked her repeatedly at lightning speed with his umbrella in the outstretched leg, shoulder, then back. She quickly checked her leg. The blade didn't cut through. Then she heard something slowly cracking. Lina caught up to them as they finally stopped battling across the deserted city, just in time to see the stranger leap over Pris and tap at her several times. The stranger sprang several yards away, landing in a ready stance, as Pris turned around slowly. "Pris, you okay? What's with these cracks? Augh." Suddenly, the armor on Pris's leg, shoulder, and back exploded violently. Shards of armor shattered her faceplate and cut through the power suit mechanics underneath. The shock of the explosion slammed into her body and leg like a direct hit from a boomer punch. Pris collapsed, her systems failing. PRISS. Ow. Her systems were still operational, but those explosions were surprisingly painful, jarring her badly. Pris tried to get up but couldn't. Lina moved to a ready stance, eyeing her opponent warily. Whoever that was, it was clear that he was far more dangerous than he looked. She would definitely have to avoid getting tapped by his umbrella. He seemed to notice her stance and shifted into a more alert one himself. "Martial artist?" he queried. "Who are you?" she asked. He looked thoughtful for a moment, as if thinking of the right answer, then said, "A tourist." "Who do you work for?" asked Lina, advancing slowly, noting her opponent's stance. "Muay Thai." "Somewhat. Although Muay Thai doesn't normally involve weaponry." "Odd." "Work for?" "Nobody." "And you?" "You don't need to know." The stranger smirked, twirling his umbrella idly. "Fun city," he muttered to no one in particular. "I don't suppose you'd hand that disc over." The stranger blinked. Absent-mindedly, he fished out a disc from his pocket. "Is this why everyone is chasing me?" He tossed it in the air to Lina uncaringly. "Now that that's out of the way." He began twirling his umbrella at blurring speeds, the curved handle beginning to glow. Lina's sensors picked up an energy build-up and dodged sideways as the stranger whipped his umbrella forward, yelling, "Ryugiken!" A streak of energy flashed out, past her, and slammed into an abandoned building a few blocks away, creating a medium-sized hole. She closed the distance between the two, swinging with kicks and punches which he managed to dodge or block with his umbrella. He struck her a few times also, but her armor prevented it from being effective. She charging up her knuckle bomber, knowing that maybe it was excess violence to use it on a human, but this wasn't a normal person at all. Her fist sailed through air as the man ducked it, reeling back, and tapped her fist with his umbrella as he backed off. To her relief and his surprise, it didn't explode. "TSK, missed," she heard him mutter. Mohashin's thrill level rose further. These seemed to be real people underneath, not those strategically handicapped monstrosities. And better yet, this one was a martial artist. He wondered briefly what those glowing ribbons were attached to that one's head, then found out personally. Ishido attacked, his soul buried beneath heartless, cold, and analytical programming that directed his every movement. He saw the weak areas in the boomer's structure, where he could strike with the most effectiveness. He channeled key energy that would otherwise be nearly impossible for him to summon up and used it to empower every blow he struck. His fists were raw from punching into steel, but he tore through the boomers in a matter of minutes, with only a bruise on the side coming from the enemy. However, he didn't notice those things. The programming ignored trivial things like pain. Right now it was assessing threats, like those two menacingly armored figures a few feet away. Must be some sort of biological experiment, muttered Suya. Or maybe it's a boomer that emits false scan information. That could be it. Suya, he's charging at us. Nene whined out nervously. The stranger was indeed descending on them, with an angry mask covering the calculating thinking that was going on underneath. I think he's beyond reasoning. Nene, get ready to scramble. She was always ready to scramble, but it had to be said anyways. Suya attempted to reason with the figure. Hello. We're not enemies, take it easy. It didn't help that there was a weapon barrel attached to her arm. R-O-U-S-O-U-Dan. A red energy burst surged towards them. Suya managed to get slightly out of the way, but Nene took the brunt of the blast, and was knocked unconscious after her suit flew back and hit a wall. Her suit survived the impact just fine, but her head hit the wall hard enough to knock her out. Childra woke up, sore and very uncomfortable. Ow. What on earth happened to me now? And what's this on my... She noticed that it was the ceiling that was so close to her face. She looked around slowly. Rat? You okay? Easy. Looks like it's just me. And this thing. Suya pulled out her blade and circled her adversary warily. The stranger's visage became more apparent to her now that they were up close and circling. His eyes shone a violet, and his mouth sported small fang-like teeth that added to the menace that his presence radiated. He charged forward, a light in a red aura, lashing out with a blur of kicks and punches. To her surprise, Suya felt the blows through the armor as she desperately wheeled back and blocked what she could. She lashed out with a few punches of her own, but Ishido dodged them, caught her arm, and struck at her elbow with a fiery fist, causing her to yell in pain as she felt her joint overextend. She activated her thrusters and tried to fly away, but he grabbed her by the leg and slung her into a nearby building. As she got up unsteadily, he began to glow brighter again, brighter than he did before. By the time she did notice, it was too late. Ryo Saotome. A gigantic and very solid-looking beam of red burst from the stranger. It slammed into Suya, sending her through several buildings before she finally came to a stop. Her sensors were all fried, armor cracked and totally gone in some places, and her suit was flashing imminent failure warnings. She didn't feel so great either, with the shock of the impact nearly paralyzing her. Nene. Pris. Lina. Help. Great. Just great. I take a brief nap, the building collapses on us, and Gosling and Loeb eyes go missing on me. Childra sighed, dragging Ratiko out of the ruins. Wake up already, you idiot. Childra took a moment to slap Ratiko mercilessly until he woke up, then led him by the hand as they went in search of the rest of their team. Ishido advanced on his enemy, his programming reminding him that they would surely show no mercy, and thus he must show no mercy. Besides which, he didn't have enough energy to go on much further. His adversary must die as soon as possible. A block away, a ruined armored suit was shambling to its feet, occasionally falling to one knee. Ishido charged his ki once more, intending to release a final attack on his foe. Behind, and unnoticed by him, a red hard suit unsteadily rose, shaking its head. Ishido? The voice was barely audible amongst the crackling of the flames around him, but he somehow heard it above all else. It was _her voice. Suddenly, the programming scrambled to the darkest corners of his mind, and he slumped, feeling the pain of that one bruise on his side. Wincing, he looked to her direction. Childra. I thought you were *UGH*. Ishido found himself airborne, with an incredibly sore jaw. Childra sighed, watching her fellow traveler fly across the skyline. Great. Come on, Rat. He went this way. The stranger went flying high, as the now-recovered Nene slammed an uppercut right into him. Nene was surprised, since she thought that kind of punch should have taken his head off. For now, he was gone, and she had to tend to Suya. Pris. Lina. Hello. // single quote I'm a little busy. Nene ! Shot back Lina ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** opponent's eyes for the first time. Apparently that ribbon attack that slashed through a nearby lamppost like butter also left a deep impression in his mind. The two sparred back and forth, neither getting the upper hand. Lino was wary of that mysterious attack that shattered Pris's armor so easily, and her opponent was reluctant to get near the ribbons, even when they weren't charged. Feeling frustrated at his lack of progress, Mohashin stabbed forward repeatedly, causing his armored foe to stagger back quickly. He kept up the attack, not wanting to give her a chance to use those ribbons. Lina retreated quickly, dodging or deflecting the umbrella stabs. Jumping back, she turned on her helmet ribbons once more and spun around, forcing him to back off. They were back where they started. Even. Lina decided to mount an offense of her own and began with twirling around once more, causing her ribbons to whip out. He was forced to retreat and she followed with a quick series of kicks and punches. He seemed to be distracted, looking side to side occasionally, while retreating, then sprung backwards several yards. Lina hesitated as he stood there. Then he waved his hand, taunting her to come here. Oi, not bad for a woman. Lina charged at him, letting her whips clear the way first. He jumped back again, but this time tapped the ground. She turned to face him again when suddenly the ground beneath her exploded, sending concrete, metal, and flames into the skies. Lino was struck with surprising force, and flung into an adjacent building. Mohashin stared in surprise at the destruction he'd caused. A breaking point and a gas main. Lucky hit, he said with amusement. Gosling advanced on his adversary, feeling more confident since it seemed she was shot badly and struggling to get up. It was obvious she was weakened by that blast. He took a step forward, then kicked the suit a few feet away. It was then that his brain was rattled. Lina looked up, too dazed to stand, as her enemy approached. The suit was still functional, but the explosion had shaken her. Her foe approached, smiling. His smile reminded her of a hyena, for some reason. That's all that she could think of. His smile looks like a hyena's. What a stupid thing, she thought, to think of now. Stand up, damn it ! She found the strength to get up slightly, then got kicked away several feet. Then she heard the sound of something really solid hitting something else really solid. She looked up carefully, and saw that her enemy seemed to have been hit in the head by, literally, someone else's head. Ishido's head flashed with pain, again, as he landed on something hard. Then he felt whatever he landed on collapse to the floor. Since he wasn't in great shape either, Ishido joined him there. Childra and Ratiko ran up to the unconscious pair quickly, noticing that Ishido apparently made a few enemies while wandering around. As she reached them, they became encased in blue flames. A woman in armor nearby managed to stutter, "Hey, who are you guys? Don't worry, we're just leaving," said Childra with a smile. And then they were gone. The next day, 73 people named Ishido that were living in the Megatokyo area were mysteriously kidnapped. The data disk that the mysterious stranger had given to Lino was ruined. Apparently, he'd stepped on it too harshly. And finally, an elderly man living in Osaka, Ishido Tomochi, had an odd feeling that something strange had just happened, and he missed it. Feeling no regrets, he spent the rest of the day with his family. It appeared to be a vast junkyard of some sort. Concrete bits, chunks of buildings, ruined cars, and all sorts of rubble were strewn for as far as the eye could see, which wasn't that far since it also seemed that they were in a rather large pit of sorts. Not exactly a pit, more like a low area in the land. Four figures sat on the hood of a relatively undamaged car. It was still in one piece, much better than most of the other cars in the area, and took this moment to rest. Childra, sitting on the trunk of the car, snuggled next to Ishido, who was putting a nice packish object on his head. "Feeling any better, darling?" she wondered. Ishido mumbled briefly. His knuckles felt like they were scraped over sandpaper. He had a nagging bruise on one side, and his headache was throbbing. "Ishido blinked. He thought he heard something. A few feet away, Sitting on the roof of the car, Gosling was lying down with an ice pack-like thing on his head as well. Key thanks for the medical supplies, Childra-san. Be prepared, that's my motto, she mumbled. With a frown, she yanked on a rope. A few feet away, Ratiko clutched at his throat and stumbled back a few feet. Don't get lost now, Rat. That's the last thing I need. A blue light shot from the heavens into the ground, somewhere in the background. Nobody noticed. Don't you think that's a bit extreme? Asked Ishido. You obviously aren't familiar enough with Hibikis, she replied, giving the rope another tug. Gosling watched with a hint of a smile on his lips. Internally, he was tempted to ask her if he could give that rope a few good tugs too. Hibiki on a leash? What will they think of next? Tetsu won't you. Mohashin blinked. He thought he heard something. Any idea where we are? Asked Ratiko. Looks like a gigantic scrap heap, observed Childra. Doesn't look familiar to me, said Ishido. Gosling nodded in agreement. Say, you guys hear something? Wondered Mohashin. HM? Mumbled Childra. The four of them looked around, trying to focus with their ears. Tetsu. There it is again, said Gosling. Yeah, I hear it too, said Ratiko. SHH. Hissed Childra. Easy asterisk wham asterisk. They turned around just in time to see a streaking light of blue, followed by a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Oh, mumbled Mohashin. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Asked Ratiko. Not good, mumbled Childra, eyeing the skies warily. Hey, there's someone. Some guy on a motorcycle, over there. You see him? Ishido pointed to a faraway distance, where a red motorcycle was zooming across the land. Suddenly, a large bolt of blue descended, crashing into the earth. The motorcycle sped away rapidly, and its driver looked like it was aiming a rather large gun. God damn it, fight fair. Tetsu, you asshole. Not good, said Ratiko. What was that? Said Ishido. Orbital satellite, said Childra. Not good. The guy in the bike is headed this way, said Gosling nervously. And, that really big beam is following him. Okay, not good at all. We're leaving. Childra pulled them close together. A moment and a flash of light later, they were gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A small group of girls and a cat were strolling casually down a Tokyo sidewalk. It was a fairly quiet day, and they hadn't had a chance to be together to relax in a while. They talked and argued of school, and of boys, and of miscellaneous other things that 14-year-old schoolgirls usually reminisce and bicker about. Suddenly, one of them stopped. Something wrong, Ray. I sense something evil, she said, and it's nearby. You think we'd better, get into our work clothes? I think so. Meanwhile, nearby, Where in the world are we now? Moaned Ratiko. Worlds, said Childra. What? Worlds? Where in the worlds are we now? That's how to phrase it, she said. Why? We're dealing with multiple realities, Rat. Therefore, she noticed Ratiko's gaze glazing over into a sort of numb expression. Oh, never mind. At the moment, oh, it was pretty clear where in general they were. The large billboards in kanji were a pretty important clue. The manhole cover nearby and the inscription on it pretty much solidified the matter. Ratiko. You idiot. Kago looked around, said Childra. Oh, here. Tokyo. Sorry, it was a reflex question. They were indeed in Tokyo. The only question left was which Tokyo they were in. So, which Tokyo are we in now? Mumbled Ratiko. I don't know, Rat. Let's just wander around for a bit, suggested Childra. The others agreed, and they strolled down the walkways, generally relaxed. At this point, an interesting chain of events took place, and had they the time to analyze it, everyone would have realized that there were two definite sources to blame for it. One being Ratiko, the other being a talking cat. Ratiko was to blame, mostly for being an idiot with a bad memory and a tendency to overreact. The cat was to blame simply because cats don't talk. This one shouldn't have, not in public anyways. As the four reality wanderers turned around a corner, they nearly ran into a group of 5 young girls in rather colorful sailor suits, and a white cat. Both parties nearly collided violently with each other. Oh, excuse us, said Ratiko. Okay, said the cat. Ratiko blinked. This was that particular moment. Following Hibiki logic, this wasn't quite right. One cats didn't talk to, therefore, that wasn't a cat. However, there was one recent exception to that rule. One he knew shampoo to shampoo turned into a cat. 3 shampoo talked 4. Therefore, cats do talk. That logic circuit led to the next great deduction. 1 the cat talked to, therefore, the cat is shampoo. 3 thanks to shampoo, he'd seen the inside of a pot. 4 must code shampoo, growled Ratiko. Everyone else looked at him as if he was an idiot. Now you shall pay, he bellowed, pointing angrily at the cat. His ki energy immediately began to skyrocket to dangerous levels, forming a black horn around him, while his fellow travelers paled at the thought of a Hibiki going nuclear. The 5 girls, however, seemed reaffirmed in their belief that this was the source of their trouble, and that the 3 accompanying him must be henchmen of some sort. Sailor Venus took the initiative, yelling, "Venus love me chain." Naturally, this caught Childra's attention, particularly the bits about love and chain. Before she could make any more suggestions on the matter, she and the other 3 were suddenly wrapped up in some sort of mystical chains. Ratiko lost his concentration and his ki diffused. He looked around, very confused at what was happening. You have threatened our friend, and for that, in the name of the moon, I will help you, Sailor Moon. The girl in the blue Sailor Fuku tapped the one with meatballs on the shoulder. Hey! You are interrupting my speech. They're all tied up now. Oh. The 5 sailor suit-clad girls blinked, cocked their heads every now and then, and looked at their captives, unsure of what to make of them. "All right," yelled Moon. "Who are you and what's your business here?" Ray rolled her eyes. "Sailor Moon, I think they're probably from the Dark Kingdom." "Couldn't be," answered Usagi. "Why not? They're not good looking enough. I mean, look at the scrawny one over there." She pointed at Gosling. "If he is from the Dark Kingdom, he'd have to be concrete that got left out in the rain before it was ready yet." "Point taken," agreed Ray. "But, if they're not from the Negaverse," she narrowed her eyes and looked at them. "Who are they?" "Tourists," meekly offered Mahashin. He didn't like this situation at all, captured by, of all things, prepubescent magical girls. He also didn't like the way a certain raven-haired one was glaring at him. The girls took a moment to confer with themselves, as it seemed that their captives were going nowhere. And this just didn't seem to be the way things worked out normally. There was clearly something not quite right about this. "So, the guy in the bandana is the bad guy, right, Ray?" "Actually, the one I'm sensing is that one." "Which one?" Ray blonde. "What? The skinny one? He looks like he's scared to hell." "You must be making a mistake." "That's what I'm thinking myself." "Okay, one of us ought to talk to one of them. After all, they were about to blast Artemis." "Good point." Meanwhile, the 4 wanderers were in different states of mind. Ishido's programming was flickering at the edge of his mind, threatening to take over if things got worse. Ratiko was staring at legs, 5 pairs of them, and how they utterly failed to be covered by the very short skirts worn by the girls. Childra was looking at the same thing, and the chains were only helping to heat up her mood. Excuse me?" asked Childra, hoping to get the matter straightened out soon. "That girl's calling us." Which one of us should go?" "Geez, why are you guys so timid about this?" "I'll go," roared a particularly tall one with brown hair. She strode up confidently to Childra. "So, who are you people?" she asked. "Jansen, Childra Jansen. Nice to meet you, miss. You can call me Sailor Jupiter." "Sailor Jupiter, HM?" Childra's smile became a little more wide as she moved a little suggestively against the chains and gave Sailor Jupiter a look over. She leaned forwards and whispered, "You know, you remind me of my old girlfriend." Sailor Jupiter stepped back, aghast. The other Sailor Scouts started talking amongst themselves while Sailor Jupiter struggled to get back in stride and on top of the situation. "Hey! I mean not like, I don't." Childra leaned forward again and whispered, "Bring your friend with the chains and we can have some fun." Wink, the chains were turning around to an amazing degree. She hadn't felt this way in a while. Jupiter blushed further and backed away, her face in a somewhat mortified expression. Meanwhile, The Sailor Scouts were having a quick conference on the inaccuracy of Sailor Mars's ability to sense evil. But I'm telling you it's the skinny one. No way. Absolutely no way. At this point, Mahashin was hearing snippets of the debate, and decided that it was time to leave before things got ugly. Fortunately, he knew just who to talk to about it. Miss Jansen? He said nervously. I really think we should leave now. Leave? But I haven't had my fun yet. But, I wanna leave. I don't like being chained like this either, muttered Ishido. Ratiko's mind nearly blank, except for those legs. Thus the prevailing attitude of the 4 persons nearest to the locket was 1 for staying, 2 for leaving, and 1 just thinking of things along the lines of legs. And with a sudden burst of hissure flame, they were gone. Asterisk 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 once again, there were 4 figures sitting under the shade of a tree, on a small tropical deserted island. They were looking very much more tired and weary than before. Nearby, the remains of a fairly large boat were scattered on the beach. On its side, the letters "Ina" were barely visible. Mahashin stared at Ratiko, somewhat surprised. He'd never seen anyone with a key blast like _that_. This might be a problem. Asterisk cough asterisk well, Ratiko, nice work on the asterisk cough asterisk boat, said Childra. Just had to asterisk cough asterisk work out some frustration. The 4 of them wheezed and coughed in mere silence for a while. How many asterisk cough asterisk times have we traveled? Asked Ratiko. Lost count, wearily said Ishido. That last one, wheezed Ratiko, was too much. My lungs still hurt, said Ishido. What was that place? The air asterisk cough asterisk over there was terrible. And police and tanks too, said Ishido. Looked like somebody took over Japan and declared martial law. Quit complaining, you two, said Childra, also tired. Almost as bad as that other place. What did the locals call it? Asked Ratiko. Mega Tokyo, said Ishido. Yeah, that. There was a lull in conversation. Wonder what was with that other place, said Ratiko. What other place? Asked Childra. Well, in the middle of the city there was this spaceship stuck on top of a skyscraper. Childra shrugged. Who knows? They spent a few more moments relaxing in the shade. It'll be a cold day in hell, said Childra slowly, before I ever go near that place with those tentacles again. The 3 others nodded solemnly. It wasn't a pretty sight, that place. Okay, look, said Childra, the problem here is that we've been kinda distracted. This time, clear your minds, okay? Ishido and Ratiko mumbled in agreement. Mahashin raised an eyebrow. With that statement, Childra clearly implied that she knew what was going on. Apparently, the other 2 were too tired to notice. He deeply suspected Childra of either A. having the power to time/reality-scape or B. in possession of a device that could do so. The possibilities of what one could do with such a device. Amazingly, The other two didn't pick up on this. Musashi noticed that too, and immediately assumed that they might be somewhat dull-witted. Okay, everybody, clear your minds, okay? Don't think of anything. The boys fell silent as Childra reached into her pocket and concentrated. Something important in her pocket, thought Musashi. A second later, they flickered out of existence. Keep in mind, they're traveling with a Hibiki, and that often produces mixed results. Many times, a Hibiki won't get ANYWHERE near where they wanted to go. But sometimes, just every now and then, a Hibiki manages to get lucky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The world resolved around the four slowly, into something recognizable. They were on a street, a fairly normal-looking street, in a fairly peaceful-looking neighborhood. I think this might be it, said Ishido. Ratiko looked around. Looks kinda like it. Musashi remained silent. There wasn't anything he wanted to say, really. Well, said Childra, let's find the Tenduduge, Childra. All four turned around. As it turned out, the Tenduduge was right behind them. And so was an incredibly angry Ryo Saotome. And acquainted was from Mark Latus's fanfic _Giborayugi_ Ministry of Confusion by Stefan Gagni, used with permission from the authors. Annotations for Act 2, there is _1_ person I remember more clearly than others. Unfortunately, he's not the kind of person I want to remember. The way things are is set in the same continuity as The More Things Change and takes place sometime after that story. The person he refers to is The More Things Change character Ryo Musashi, by running down a long spanning concrete bridge. Aside from the way this scene ends, it is a direct cut from part 11 of The More Things Change. Ryo looked, and there was Belle-chan in all her beauty. Belle donned the tenboys from Ross Mackenzie's Descents and Inversions. A rather pale girl emerged from the corner. Scaride Gosankuzi is from Chris Wilmore's Ranma 2096. You're not a part of the collective, are you? Asked Scaride. The Gosankuzi collective is first seen in the Ranma 2096 story, Gosunkugi, Generations, by Rodin. Ryuga walked the streets with Hibiki, holding her hand. This scene is a crossover into Giborayuga by Mark Latus. Escaper. Look. Footprints. This scene is a crossover into Gilligan's Island. Yes, Gilligan's Island. This was Tokyo. This scene is a crossover into Ministry of Confusion by Stefan Gagni. Dear old Jack the Lad is back. Refers to the infamous serial killer Jack the Ripper. The lane in Spain falls mainly in the brain practiced Musashi. A tip of the hat to the play/movie/musical, My Fair Lady, a civilian in a brown long jacket, hat, and tobacco pipe, and a more elderly gentleman in grey clothes. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Imagio Aqua City. 7:56 p.m. This scene crosses over into Bubblegum Crisis by Toshimiki Suzuki. It appeared to be a vast junkyard of some sort. This scene crosses over into Akira by Katsuhiro Otomo. The main characters, Kane and Tetsuo, spend a lot of the final scenes yelling each other's names angrily. A small group of girls and a cat were strolling casually. This scene crosses over into Sailor Moon, created by Takuchi Naoko. Nearby, the remains of a fairly large boat were scattered on the beach. Once again, Gilligan's Island. Ratiko has taken his stress out on the poor remains of the SS Minnow. And police in tanks too, said Ishido. Referring to the Minion Tank Police by Masamune Shiro. Well, in the middle of the city there was this spaceship stuck on top of a skyscraper. Referring to the series Project Akeo by Soyushunsha/final-Nisajima, it'll be a cold day in hell, said Childra slowly, before I ever go near that place with those tentacles again. Referring to the many wonderful anime of the hand-tentacle variety, such as Euroskudoji and Love Blue Girl.